Good day, ladies and gentlemen, to Diablo 4 off meta monster builds. Where we're going to build in the next couple of days quite some intriguing things that are great, fantastic, not the things that you have seen on the leaderboard so far, some obscure attacks and other shenanigans. And it's going to be beautiful. I'm really looking forward to it. It's the first time this season that we're actually going to farm something, because we haven't really farmed, right? We've just played, made builds, had a good time. But I think it's the first time that we actually have to bother with actual farming. So I got to get Horadric cube materials. I got to get a lot of gold. I got to get a lot of Pandemonium fragments, keys, those kind of things. So we're going to increase our resources wholesale today. And then, you know, see what we got pumped in. And it's gonna be beautiful. Let me tell you that much. We use our Warlock build today. Or we could also go for the Rogue, because the Rogue is like equally fast farmer. But I just like the Warlock build, as we're also trying to do Warlock related stuff. We might as well some Warlock things running, right? Hope you're well. Oh, I am plenty good. Thank you for asking. Hope you're great too. We got like a full week of intriguing content ahead of us, into a week of actual vacation for me, into then even more interesting content, right? Steven, good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing good. That's gonna be 2 times ahead. Oh, we're back there. You know what? I'm too lazy to go back there. Could be either like enough what we got here or not. The Warlock actually has like war plans also leveled up far enough to kind of be useful, right? Have to see there. Everyone gets to see their partner. Good morning. We've all been excited for a little Sunday stream. I've been playing Gym Blaster in the ice field. Want to try something else? Prefer caster type. I didn't do any caster builds, really. Invisible Girl. I mean, the closest that comes to caster type would probably be our Poison Monk, in case you've seen that. Because it's using the Shayula variant to do Poison Twisters on your opponents. So maybe that could be more up your alley. Kill Pandemonium boss 170 times, still not single seal of diamond mine ever, and that's actually scam. I feel like the new boss is not the best for sigils. I mean, I don't even know where I got mine from, like randomly somewhere. But I guess the best way to actually guarantee get them is like open up the Glints of Hope and that kind of stuff. While Speeding Flame, you want that as a necklace? Yes, for actually 4 different builds, King Ghost Wolf. So there's an Apocalypse build, there's the Blazing Screen build, there is the oh goodness Christ, what is it called again? There's a couple of like 3 to 4 different ones that all use like Hellfire stuff, and they all profit from Maul Speeding Flame. So a high recommendation to actually mess around with that. I mean, I will try to get my Maul Speeding Flame today, definitely. I'm gonna upgrade like a bunch of amulets to get it. The problem is that you don't only need a Maul Speeding Flame, you actually need a good Maul Speeding Flame. And that's kind of like, it's the harsh part, right? How are you going to guarantee that it's now a good something? Okay, let's see if the new broken farm works. So there's a new method to farm something rather illegal. And I mean, it's not really a method. It's kind of like abusing a bug. But we're going to do that, to be honest. We also wanted to capture here these caches from Nightmare Dungeons. Why? Caches from Night Dungeons? I need to level up a Barbarian, and I am not willing to do the level for that one, because the week is going to be clutched with getting builds together, so we might just quick level the Barb. Let's you equip 3 unique charms. I still want to make a build that profits from the 3 unique charms, but I cannot, for the love of God, think about something that really has an advantage from that, right? So the problem is that the 3 unique charms, it's just absolutely... There are no good enough unique charms to make it worth it over an actual set bonus. I think... You know what? Druid could maybe profit from it, because Druid... Like an Earth Druid. An Earth Druid could profit from this. Yeah. Why an Earth Druid? Because the the Den Mother set is currently broken. And therefore, there is a world how to actually make it work. Yeah. Scrolls of Restoration. If I need Scrolls of Restoration, I usually just spam pit runs, Baymax. Because if I'm not mistaken, end of every pit run, there's always Scrolls of Restoration. Also, if you could get an Echoing Hatred, that would also be Scrolls of Restoration. And by the way, I got my first Echoing Hatred invitation, ladies and gentlemen. So we actually need to do that today as well. I'm not sure on which character I have it. I think it is on my... on my rogue, if I'm not mistaken. Look that up. What about Necro Summoner Early? Miller, we're going to make that build this week as well, because we can finally stack all the mythics. I mean, I have the, because it needs a lot of mythics and we can stack them all. So don't worry, that one will be made as well. Like, again, we have like a lot of things to do this week and a lot of builds that we're going to finally make work. Because so far I did the most meta builds, obviously, because the most meta builds is the most interesting. But we are finally going to have time this week to kind of focus on everything. Five pieces too good for every build. Yeah, unless the 5 piece is actually broken, because then it's not good at all. So what are we doing here right now? We're obviously doing just standard Nightmare Dungeons, but we're trying to force the 3rd Nightmare Dungeon to be a specific something. Because what you can actually do is you can spam farm the 3rd Nightmare Dungeon, which is actually kind of illegal. But if I now want to just get 1 billion gold really quick, there is an easy way how to get 1 billion gold really quick. And I'm going to quickly work on that. Might be borderline evil, but it is what it is. You know, I need money. I need materials. I need everything to make my builds work. So we'll have to rely on the cheese a little bit. I refuse to create Frosted Ground tin invisible because you do not have... So the reason it refuses to make the ground is because you don't have enough. See it? Ward. You need to have ward on your gear. Best thing I can say about that. We're doing the tears here. Very simple. Because tears go to Death Code Chamber. Death Code Chambers are superior lair boss keys right now. You know, guaranteed superior lair boss keys. We also need to do every single, what is it called again? Every single Realm Walker today. Usually, like, avoid the Realm Walker like the plague, right? But we have to do every single one today. So first we're going to gather money today. Then we're going to gather materials. And then we're probably going to gather infinite amounts of kobolds. Get a lot of keys. Farm the Pandemonium boss a lot of times, right? So we can get ourselves... Okay, that's 13, 14. So we have 15. We can let that thingy close here. I just don't like have any keys at all. So we're kind of like forced to go through the motions of the ocean right now. That thing close quickly. Gets us into the death cold chamber. Never really understood what the Soul Eater kobolds were doing in this one. Because they don't even, you know, drop bonus loot. Kind of like, why even bother killing these? That was only one key. I was promised multiple keys. I got robbed. For Thorn's Pelly, does weapon damage in itself affect the reflection damage? I will admit that I don't remember. But weapon damage works as a multiplier, I think, with the Thorn's damage, if I'm not completely mistaken. But I don't have it, like, top of my brain right now. Couldn't genuinely tell you. You could probably ask someone who has actually done the Thorns build this season. Death Note Chamber bonus is working. Yeah, I always felt like that the gobos were supposed to give you like bonus loot when you enter the chamber, but that seemed to have never been the case. Right? I always assumed like, oh, I killed the gobos and then the chamber gives me more loot, right? But for some reason you kill the gobos and then the chamber doesn't do shit. So now we are at the third boss, finally, of this dungeon, right? Everin, you made it with a 3 using charms. The only problem I can see with what you're doing there is that you're literally missing out on the... Come on, brain, what I want to say. On the 6 charms, so you're getting not as much max resource or ranks into Rain of Arrows. Okay, so now we're looking for ruptures. We are actually looking for a gold reserve, but we can take the material reserve as well. So, like, this is the third dungeon now, okay? And the interesting part is you can now spam repeat this third dungeon. So I can now go in here. Solve the ruptures. Playing PoE? Not today. And we can repeat this one. Wonder if I could make these 2 ruptures overlap. So where I might get that done. Not really. Basic idea is I wouldn't even do like the free prisoners right now. I'd just open up the first X chests in the dungeon and then just reset this. And then reset this. And reset this again. Like a very reasonable thing to do. And we also need like we also need the materials here for our Horadric cube shenanigans, right? But I still wonder... if not, gold would solve all my problems, rather. So we need at least, like, for all the builds I want to do, we need at least, like, 2 billion gold, roughly. So I gotta farm some today. The expand circle quest doesn't probably work in the Death Cold Chamber. Right now, I wonder if you, like, kill the gobos before killing the boss in the middle, that would actually help for the Death Cold Chamber. Right? Technically, you activate the altars, the gobos are coming out, and the assumption would be, hey, if the gobos are coming out, that should be leading to more loot. Realistically. I don't even want to, like, really reset this one. Okay, it's closed. 2 dungeons, multiple keys. You can't leave that. Well, your build might be similar, but your build is not the same because you're probably not playing the anathema of the primes. Because that is what I am actually playing to make this work. Okay. I'm playing the anathema of the primes. See, and now, like, we have done this part of the dungeon, okay? I'm going to open this chest. Let's see if we can make it properly work. Then we're going to teleport out to Themis. Seems a bit weird, right? Right northwards.
Haven't you heard, you little bastard?
Into Seer's Reach. Don't teleport just right into it, right? And now we're going to teleport back into the dungeon, and it should have a reset. Yep, see? So this is now reset, which means I can do the 15 ruptures again, if I now want to. But not only the 15 ruptures, I can also do the chest again. Right, because there are these chests here with the Horadric cube materials, right? And like the Forgotten Souls and everything. So I can loot that another time as well. Now imagine this was a gold dungeon, okay? Because every single chest gives you 15 million gold. So I could now just like do the dungeon again, right? Pick up all the gold chests and then reset it. Do the dungeon again for the gold. Do the dungeon again for the gold. And usually one chest run like this gives you around 150 million gold. And since we don't really care about the objectives of the map, right? I don't care about anything. I can just bump through as fast as I want. I can open as many chests as I want. Then I can leave. Willpower is actually important. Why? We might need that for the ultimate build here. It's like funny, you know, when builds just keep being bugged. When things just keep being bugged and keep being bugged. So what we need to try is now, we need to try to get gold as the third. Because the problem was now that materials was the third. I mean, materials are still good, right? So that's nice. We have a planner for this. The planner for this is uploaded for a long while already. We get ourselves... this is like the Blazing Scream Warlock, which is personally my favorite one. But what we're going to try today is the new Apocalypse Warlock. Because yes, you heard right, Apocalypse is actually working, chat. So Apocalypse did get nerfed, and Apocalypse did get weaker. But there are actually ways to make it stronger again and even more defensive. So it's going to be rather interesting to actually pull that off. But I have seen some interesting things in the internet on some people experimenting with Apocalypse. And as it seems, you can actually get it back up and running again with Moloch Speeding Flame. Did they remove the Ferocity refund? No, they didn't. They just moved it. The Ferocity refund is now on the Jaguar version and not on the Eagle version of the skill anymore. You get a read, you know? It moved to just the different version of the skill. I've now seen many people be like, oh no, this build doesn't work anymore. And it's like, no, oh no, you just clearly can't read. No offense. I've just seen like exactly this comment this morning under one of my videos, like, no, this build is broken, it doesn't work anymore. And it's like, no, it's not. You're just really not able to read. I'm so sorry. Apocalypse got nerfed. I mean, the interesting part is if we would use the text from this season on Apocalypse, then it might have even been stronger last season. Interestingly enough, though, did you notice that the whole Mythic thing with upgrading to Mythic is going to stay past Season 14? I thought this is going to be a fluke of the moment, one-time thing again, right? So this whole upgrade to Mythic is just going to go away as soon as the season is over. But it's actually staying. I'm genuinely surprised that Blizzard is doing that because I really thought they're going to cut it off again. You know how Blizzard is with their mechanics. They introduce something, they put it in the game, and then they just remove it from the game again. Well, that's fantastic. It's behind this treasure room door, so I can't open up the circle behind that. A maximum frustration zone. I'm trying to close as many tiers as possible, and I can't access even all the tiers. Oh, this is so bad. I'll have to open up another one. I mean, I'm still opening them up because it's just too useful to get these ruptures. They're changing the functionality. Yes, so as far as it stands, if the Mythic upgrade functionality will be available in Season 15, it's not going to be random anymore. Which might be a mistake, because then, like, if it's not random anymore, then you can also just make every single unique 30% stronger and we're fine. Like, so I don't like the randomness, right? But I don't like the whole upgrade to Mythic thingy. I thought that's just going to be a one-time thing and then we're done, right? But if they're actually going to make it not random anymore, then might as well just buff every unique up by 30% and we're done with it. What is this? This is Blazing Stream Warlock. Blazing Stream Warlock. The Blazing Stream. Who's killing himself right now? The self-immolation build. Pretty much my Warlock build that got me to Pit 130. That killed Torment 12 Mephisto with ease. And is now my vehicle to prepare. Wow, the Wailing Exarch actually respawned. That's funny. How did he respawn? Well, bosses in Nightmare Dungeons can respawn due to the points that you've taken. But I never thought the Wailing Exarch could respawn. That's crazy. Warlock or Rain of Arrows? Depends on what you want to do. I mean, Rain of Arrows is fun. The Warlock is easier to put together, definitely. Then again, Rain of Arrows is super easy to put together. I don't know if you've seen my video about the Horadric Cube, but I literally made a video where I crafted a whole Rain of Arrows set from gray items. So we recently did a video where we crafted the perfect gear from gray items. So we took like 900 item power items that had nothing on it and crafted from that point on the perfect set of gear. It's kind of funny. Because people kept saying you can't get the Rain of Arrows together, it's too hard. But you can just craft them. Mythics 2.0 is not a season gimmick. Tears and Portal Ramwalkers is the season gimmick. Yeah, Mythic 2.0 is here to stay, but it seems silly to have it stay in the current form. I'm generally not sure what Blizzard is planning there. Because if we're now making Mythics, like if Mythic 2.0 is here to stay, I mean, obviously the iconic nerfs are here to stay, that's for sure. But if we can now upgrade our uniques to Mythics, and that is staying, and it's not random anymore next season, then it's pretty much get Mythic, upgrade Mythic to unique. So you need to roll perfect unique, and then you just upgrade it to Mythic, and then you get like an instant power boost. Power boost might be too much. I mean, at the end of the day, what do I care? I just want to have fun. So the more deterministic it is, the easier I can make content on it. My last Paragon board in this one, we changed the Paragon boards recently. We currently got Spicules, Hex, Fathomless, and Dominion. Dominion is actually required because it is reducing the cost of your... it's reducing the cost of your skills. That's really necessary, so we're able to spam the skulls. Great when you're like trying to end it, but the game just keeps respawning things. You know? You want to like move on to the next part of the map. The game's like, no, I gotta respawn things. Chaotic Uniques, I mean, like, if you compare this season to Chaotic Uniques was so much better because Chaotic Uniques actually allowed you to make a lot of new stuff that was simply not possible before. Now you have a power boost that also might make things viable that weren't viable before, but it doesn't allow for brand new things, right? It's not like, wow, this I would have never thought that like about this build, but now with the combination of these items, like you can actually do this build, right? And that's very important. It was like very big reason why this season was so popular. Do these things. You're seeing the same build with different Paragon boards. How are you supposed to know what's best? It depends on the versions of the build. Honestly, there is no best. So for example, for my version, I'm using my Dominion skills, so I'm not taking the Dominion board because that would be a mistake, right? But since I use a lot of Wrath, I need the I mean I use the Dominion board, but I don't need use the board that has dominance, right? Because there's a board that says you deal more damage the more dominance you have. Now that board that deals more damage the more dominance you have only works if you're not using your dominance. So not all of these builds here, for example, play Infernal Breath. There's different versions of these builds without Infernal Breath, but I just love the Infernal Breath version. So here we are using Infernal Breath. Okay, Gold Reserve. Material reserve. I am so unlucky. So I literally have to just jump out of this one right now because it didn't get a material reserve. Gold reserve. And then we got to do it again. Again. Because my third one needs to be gold. If it ain't gold, we don't want it. Dark Omen is very good FX, by the way. Second, yeah, but we only want gold. I mean, I'm only in Nightmare Dungeons or Nightmare Dungeon Escalations right now to do the infinite farm on gold. Not here for any other reason. Like, there's no better gold farm. There's no other gold farm actually viable, to be honest. So you need to do Nightmare Dungeons or Escalations until you finally get the gold reserve. And it needs to be the third one as gold reserve. I'm not sure if it would work on the second one. I actually wanted to test that. Any gems? I mean, it works obviously for every material, Katie, right? I'm not sure if you can make the second one work like this. I know you can do it on the third one because like the third one has the most rewards. That's why you actually want to do it on the third one, right? Because highest level of rewards is always good. Infinite farms. Well, you can mass repeat the third dungeon. So if you make it a gold reserve, instead of having to go through dungeon 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 again, you can just spam the third one. I wish I could give you gold. I have it in one account and more in the other. I mean, if I didn't play solo self-found, I didn't have the gold problem, Katie. And this is definitely something to consider for next season, but I will say that I still prefer solo self-found. I don't know how much the community really cares about these things, but I personally do, right? I would personally feel bad about playing on the trade servers because it just doesn't feel right. I enjoy that I'm having to do everything myself. But it obviously complicates like sessions like this here where I just want to try out as many builds as possible, as many cool, diverse, different builds as possible. Now the first thing we get to farm is resources, right? Gem Reserve. I mean, Everett, if you get Gem Reserve, for example, or a specific one like Diamond Reserve on the third, then you want to spam farm that as well. I think Gem Reserve in general would probably be better because it's like all the gems. So let's hope this is the second one. Second one is Dungeon Delve. It's a gold reserve. Now we could test out if this works. So what are you gonna do now? So this is the second one, but I'm not sure if it works on the second or only on the third. So, but realistically, it should actually work on this one as well. Unless the bug is weirdly bugged. So we're going to go through, mainly ignore things, right? Just go here for the chests. I'm only here to get the chest. It's a shitty version of a dungeon though, because like it's so convoluted, spread out. But there are no chests in the first part of the dungeon. So there was 2 so far. Check how many more are here. It's 3, 4. Not bad. This is now like 40 million gold, right? Okay, 4. Kill these 2. Yeah, solo self-found on coach co-op is obviously that doesn't work. Not sure if there should be like a duo solo self-found mode, but that kind of would defeat the purpose of solo self-found, I guess. Not allowed to close out the dungeon. Again, the third one in solo and gold reserve would be better. Let's test this if it works on the second opening as well, because realistically the bug should work on every opening. So we're again teleporting out to Temis. Group found on Tate season. That wouldn't make any sense. All my items aren't solo self-found, right? Which Necromancer tune? Oh, I would definitely play full minions. Full minions is beautiful. Full frost minions is absolutely devastatingly great. With Signet of Pelgain and then all the items as mythics, and then you're gonna go crazy. It's beautiful. So now we get this one, right? Now we're gonna teleport back to the dungeon and check if the second one can also be reset. No, see, like for the second one, it doesn't work, as you can see. That's good to know. So I've been always asking that myself if people just simply never checked. It only works on the third. It's so intriguing on the bug side of things, right? Why does it work on the third to reset it? But yeah. This is Hellfire tier 12. Yes, that's what we're playing here right now. Great. I love it when that happens. Just very interesting. Good amount of time wasted. Okay, let's pray for a gold reserve. I mean, this was a good juicing of gold, so it went from 333 up to 400 million. And if the boss double respawns, we get another 80 million bonus, roughly. Sadly, it didn't respawn. Come on, give me, that's gold reserve, chat. That's gold reserve. We're going places. May the gold begin, so may the gold farming begin. So this is literally the last dungeon I have to do. I can do like an hour of gold farming now, and it's just going like we're just going to go from so we currently have, let's see, we have 438 million. Okay. We should also do ruptures because now this is a gold farm and a rupture farm. So I could pretty much do both. See, like I go in, every chest is now 14, 15 million gold, right? That's amazing. Oh, I wonder, this is really a good question. So, since the boss enemy drops always... You might not know this, right? But the boss of the dungeon always drops a gold bonus if you are in a gold reserve dungeon. So, what I wonder now is, if I'm in a gold reserve dungeon and we would go into a rupture, does it actually have the boss spew out the bonus gold as well? Because technically it should. Because we just figured out that the boss can also respawn, so he's kind of being treated as the dungeon boss as well. Ergo, if this actually works, that would be nasty. Because then there's a real reason to do this, because every boss kill would actually drop 30 million gold. Let's pray and hope that actually functions, Chan. That make it so much funnier. Okay, first thing done. I wonder. Because it would also make it like worth it for obols. It would make it worth it for materials, right? Because then we like drop tons of Forgotten Souls. Even though I think gold solves your Forgotten Soul problem. Because I could actually get over 20,000 Forgotten Souls now if I change like my Baleful Fragments and my crystals over to Forgotten Souls. The problem is, in order to change my Baleful Fragments and my Veiled Crystals over to Forgotten Souls, I require gold. Right? Because it's hella fucking super expensive. Like, Jesus Christ. This mechanic seems boring. In fact, well, Sorceress, this is not a mechanic. This is just farm. This is plain and simple farm. I mean, I want to make a lot of money now in short time, so I can make a lot of builds, right? Would I recommend you doing this for hours and hours up in no end? No, absolutely not. I mean, this is for me just to get the gold that I require now to do the things that I really want to do. Okay, let's see. We're sitting at 4468. Lerboskis, thank you. Sadly, he doesn't count for 69, so we're not getting gold from the Death Toll Chamber. That's sad. I would have really liked to get gold from it. The circle thingy. Oh yeah, the circle thingy is terrible. You are absolutely correct about that one. The problem is that the circle thingy is a mere time thing. So you have to walk on the circle, and you have to close the circle by being on the circle. And the biggest problem with that is that you have zero influence over how quick does it now happen. Because I would assume, hey, I am on the circle, right? I am pushing the circle, so if I now kill enemies extremely quick, realistically, the circle should be dropping faster. Because hey, I'm killing enemies really quick, right? I'm a demon. I am really good. I'm far advanced in the season. But the game's like, no. We don't actually care how fast you kill things, right? We don't care how good your build is. We don't care about everything you've done. So if start of the season the circle took like 4 seconds to close, then end of this season the circle takes 4 seconds to close. So any type, like any style of growth that you have gone through, any like personal development, just doesn't matter. Who cares about your personal growth, right? How much stronger your build has gotten? No one. So I'm fully with you that from a perspective of how the whole thing is being played out, it could have been better. Okay, any interesting D4 update? The hotfix came in. We can now wear all mythic items. So my goal, I have a twofold goal, okay? I want to do a couple of interesting builds because I need to prepare for next week when I'm on vacation, okay? So for that vacation, I need to prepare a lot of interesting builds so I can actually give you videos while I'm gone. Then on top of that, I want to do a build that uses only mythics. Why? Because why not? Since you can wear every single mythic right now, I think it would be really, really funny to actually do a build that was only using mythics and good. And good. So not just use only mythics and be terrible. No, actually use only mythics and be good. Kind of would like that. See, now we can repeat this whole thingy. So I can do the tiers again, right? So we just went up to from 400 million to 554 million, or from 300. So this dungeon run gave me 200 million gold, right? And we're now essentially like every single run, I can now do 1 rupture. So I can get like 2 keys. And on top of the rupture, I can get 120 million gold, right? And then key, rupture, key, rupture, key, rupture. And we can do that now for a bit while we just talk about life. Q&A, have fun. We're going on holiday. We are going to Austria this time around. We've actually never been, and it's going to be interesting because my children, so for my children, vacation is, since they can remember, like we go on a plane, we fly somewhere, and they spend their time in the pool, and they're super happy, and there's food, and they get like all the Snicker snacks that are available because all inclusive, like, right? That's for my children vacation currently. Definitely pampered little monsters when it comes down to that, I guess. But like this time, it's more of a, hey, we're going into the mountains, right? We only have breakfast booked. We're going to be getting food somewhere in some fancy places around the villages that we're in. So like a complete different style of vacation. And I mean, it should be fine. Like they should enjoy it, but it's just going to be interesting to see how they like that compared to standard vacation, you know? Also, we're going with friends and their kids as well, so that's also cool, right? And hey, I've not been to Austria myself. So this is new for me too. I mean, it's not helpful that I obviously stumbled last week in the garden and sprained my ankle, and like, you know, now we're going on a vacation where we're planning to climb mountains. But yeah, you know, what would life be without a little bit of weirdness at times? Buy DLC or can't play the season. You can play the season, but without the DLC, you're playing 50% of the game because you're missing out on most impactful skills. So it's not like that you're playing less of the season without the DLC. It's just that you're playing less of Diablo 4 if you don't have the DLC. Okay? You just don't get all the skills. You don't get all the upgrades. You're fucked. Is Grandfather the best weapon for Barb? Most Barb builds can just slap a Grandfather in. However, the current reigning Barb build, Charge Barb, would not need a Grandfather. It would need a Vow. Betrayer's Vow. Is it Betrayer's Vow? Betrayer's Vow? The Vow thingy. Vow. The one that executes enemies. You can't even get all the Torment modes. I mean, I would reckon... Nah, I don't... I mean, reaching Torment 12 without the DLC... will probably be reasonably complicated. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, not gonna be a good time. Oh wow, my inventory's full. When did that happen? Even what would Barb win 145 now with hotfix? I know. We just made a video on all the updated builds because the amount of mythics that you actually have been getting is quite insane. Right, that you can now slam so many mythics into builds that's just chef's kiss. Critical strike chant and critical strike damage multiplier. Look at that glove. It's like the perfect base item when you're planning to craft something. Because you just get all the cool things just without putting in any efforts. Damn. Hey yo. I've never been overseas myself. Overseas is overrated. I like my European travels and my inter-German travels. I'm happy with that. But I'm actually planning to go to New Zealand this year. Well, I'm not planning to. I was invited to New Zealand by Palvexel. So I gotta see if I want to do that trip. Because one flight to New Zealand is 24 hours. And then I'm gonna lose 12 hours to time difference. So it's a 24-hour flight with like 36 hours of travel, right? So I'm pretty much like, if I have to arrive on the 6th, I already have to fly on the 4th, right? Because I'm going to fly until the 5th, and then I'm going to lose another 12 hours. Terrible. Okay, this time there were less chests in the dungeon. Worth it though for the experience. I mean, like, I might sound callous at this point, but I've had my early years of streaming. I've been really doing a lot of travels because Twitch just wanted to send me everywhere and Gods Beyond and invite me to TwitchCon and all these things. I did my traveling there. And personally, like, if it's business, it's business. You know, I'm flying for business. I'm not flying for anything else. But maybe I'm just dead inside. Who knows? Like, that trip for New Zealand is for me: arrive, hotel, go ExileCon, do ExileCon things, travel home. Don't see anything from the country. I'm boring. I'm also not without the I'm also without the family, so don't really mind like actually checking out things, you know? I always assume there's a big... I mean, a lot of creators use these as mini vacations. So, like, I'm always the odd one out. For example, I was at TwitchCon with the German gang one time, and they were like, oh, so we arrived 3 days before TwitchCon start to like travel through America, and they're gonna stay 3 days longer. And I was literally like, 1 day before TwitchCon, same evening when TwitchCon was over, I'm leaving. I like, it's just me. I'm the odd one out, you know? Bring me back home to family. No sense in traveling. Not everyone likes traveling. But not everyone, I mean me. Me, I don't like travel. It is I. Have different priorities. Yeah, that's probably it. I'm probably also just old, right? You know, at the point where I was TwitchCon, I was already like 30. And I've just done most things in my 20s. And then you're with these other creators. They're like 21 and 20. And they might have a girlfriend or not even a girlfriend, right? They don't have kids. And they're just like, oh, yeah, like 2 weeks, America, let's go. Or they even IRL creators that like make videos of this, right? I mean, if you're like kind of recording your trip and if you're vlogging, then I would even say, hey, staying bonus makes sense because you're creating content, right? But if your content is being created by being live, then staying is just hurting. Right? And it was definitely also the time, like, you have to consider that back in the days, YouTube wasn't as big. So people were obviously making money off YouTube, right? But YouTube has definitely also grown. But most streamers that were successful on Twitch were successful because streaming, right? So they were making their money by streaming. And the more you stream, the more money you make, pretty much, right? So it was a simple thing. If you actually choose to be X days away from stream, you literally knew like how much money you're losing per day when you're not there streaming. And now try to enjoy a trip, right? Try to enjoy a trip when you know, okay, every day I'm not there, that is so and so much money lost. And then so and so much money, and so much money, and so, like, right? That makes it really hard to just be like, oh yeah, you know what? Like, let's just travel longer. You're gonna be like, no, I need to get back home. I need to farm those Twitch Prime subs. It's also why most streamers burn out, because exactly of that. Like, you're gone for a day, you come back and you just see, oh, 100 Twitch Prime subs lost. Great. Because, so the problem with Twitch Prime subs is, right, that you have them, and when you spend them, they're gone for 30 days, right? And if they weren't spent on you, then that is money that you've lost for 30 days from said viewer, and then not just from one viewer, but for many viewers. Actually really interesting. Kind of slaves you to your desk. What changed with the Lightning Storm Druid? So the Lightning Storm Druid Magina had their set changed. The set bonus used to have a snapshot capability, and they removed that snapshot capability, which is amazing because the snapshot was bullshit. Which means that you don't have to snapshot the set bonus anymore. You still have to snapshot the ferocity and the stacks on your bear skills, right? Ferocity and resolve. But you don't have to snapshot the other stuff anymore, which makes the build way better to play. Like, way better to play, because it's now like more of just have it happen, right? Just activate your Lightning Storm and have it like zip out. The build is this is Blazing Scream Warlock, but it's not the actual build that we're doing today, so this is just my vehicle for success. We are going to swap this Blazing Scream Warlock over to the actual... Apocalypse Warlock, but a new Apocalypse Warlock, a different Apocalypse Warlock. And on top of that, I want to also make a basic skill Warlock. So basic skill Warlock is in the plans. And there's a Sigil of Chaos Spam Warlock possible. I actually saw a really interesting video. I gotta say, like, I was on YouTube the past 2 days, and I was just watching obscure Diablo 4 videos, right? I wasn't watching, like, what's the best build, what's the most amazing thing, like, what's the highest pick clear, like, fuck that, right? Completely ignored this. I was just like, let's check out these creators that have, like, 10 subs that are posting the most obscure builds, and just see what kind of shit people have been up to, and what kind of things they have been imagining. And it was like, wow, this actually works. And I've seen Druid builds, I've seen Warlock builds. There have been a different Spiritborn one. I saw another Rogue build that I might want to do. There's Barbarian with the, obviously the Ancients and the Charge Barb. So we're going to also do the Charge Barb. Don't worry about that. Yeah, many exciting things. Pros and cons of self-employment in the context of streaming compared to a normal job. I mean, Jirai, if you're not working, no one is making you the money, right? This is the advantage of having YouTube right now. So I used to be a live streamer first, right? So like my live streams are where like the heart and soul is in, right? That's where the money's coming together. And then YouTube was just running on the side, right? So if the live stream is not making money, then I'm not making money pretty much. Which means that if you don't sit 10 hours a day on your desk, like entertaining people, then it's like, it's a dud. And if you have one bad day where not a lot of people subscribing, then it's a dud, right? But nowadays, when you have YouTube, it's like you start your day with posting a YouTube video. You already see if the YouTube video is performing well or not, right? So you're already relieved because here, like, you know, Jesus Christ, thank you. We're safe, right? The day is good. We made a good YouTube video, so the earnings for the day are secure. And then you're like, okay, now we're gonna stream to make more content for the next video. And if that stream actually runs well, that's like bonus income, right, on the top, what we're anyways doing. But if the stream doesn't go well, like if not a lot of people decide to subscribe, or we're not having a lot of viewers, then the YouTube video still was good, right? So it was still good. So no matter what actually happens during the live stream right now, it's kind of like you're good for the day. And that takes a lot of pressure out of like daily performance anxiety, right? Of having to like, what if I don't have a good idea today? What if I'm not 400% funny? How much gold do you get in that tier 3 per run? So the most gold you actually get from killing the boss. The problem is if I kill the boss, the farm ends, right? So if I kill the boss now, I cannot just keep doing what I'm doing here. Ergo, I cannot kill the boss, which is kind of shitty if you think about it. But right now we're sitting at 800 million. And I think 10 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago, we were sitting at, someone correct me if I'm wrong, how much we're getting. I think roughly 100 million to 150. And running through this doesn't take a long time. I could actually get more money faster. The thing is, we're slowing ourselves down for clearing out these ruptures. Because I obviously want to clear the ruptures, that I'm also getting keys. Because on top of the money, I've gotten 7 superior lair keys already. Diversify income, don't put all eggs in the basket. Yes, but it's hard to tell that to content creators because you got to consider, like, let's assume you could just go live and make money, okay? Like, you just go live and make money. You don't actually have to prepare anything. You just go online and your viewers come and you're getting subs and you're getting donations, right? And you can just make money. Now, try to tell a person like this, hey, you know, maybe you shouldn't, like, put all eggs in the basket and diversify your income. Maybe you should put in some extra effort in things, but it's like, yeah, but I could also just get online, stream more hours, right, and get more money, which is obviously like the trap like a lot of creators fall into, because that's what it is. Like if you're hype, if your stream is working right now, correct, it almost doesn't matter what you do to a degree, as long as your program is mildly running well. You just keep making money and you keep making money, right? You like the all eggs in the basket seems like a very good thing for you, because all the eggs are actually very shiny and they're making very good things. That's why a lot of creators then get editors and so on, so they don't actually have to care about the YouTube side of things, right? So then it's like just make more money streaming and just have an editor take care of the editing side. preferable for Malaysia or from Africa or from Korea or anything, or from Trinidad or blah, where you have to pay like a very low fee for your editor, because who wants to pay fair prices, right? Screw that. Let's abuse the third world country editor instead. Which, surprisingly, a lot of, like, you'd be surprised how big creators just do that. Many. I mean, rarely one has actually a first world country editor. Not just one website. I mean, if you're not streaming on every website, you're an idiot anyways, Everett. I mean, there are people that still... I mean, there used to be platform pride. And the platform pride actually made sense to a degree. Like, you know, you were like, you know, you're a Twitch streamer, okay? Twitch streamer first. And it made sense back in the days, because there was actually a tangible benefit to being a Twitch streamer. Because back in the days, like, you were a Twitch streamer and Twitch also wanted to work together with you. And there are real benefits to doing that. I mean, the amount of things I've done for Twitch, the amount of promotions I've gotten from Twitch for being, like, on Twitch has been crazy, especially in my early years of streaming. But obviously, like, these opportunities, they simply don't exist anymore. Like, these things, like the stuff that Twitch used to be doing, like all the bonus shows and all the bonus things and all that kind of, like, everything that Twitch used to, it just doesn't exist anymore. It's kind of like where the times where you're like, I'm proud to be a Twitch streamer, right? I'm proud to be in this, but that's gone. Fuck that. Who cares? What's the best way to farm gear? Helltide? No. You do Nightmare Dungeon escalation as I'm doing right now. You get obols. Do you see my obols here? 25,000. So let's say I want an amulet now, or a ring now. I'm just simply going to go to my obol gambler, and I'm just going to throw rings. And with 25,000 obols, I can get so many rings, like, it's crazy. So I'm just going to roll now. I'm going to check, is this anything I like? That's actually not too bad. Is this anything I like? And then I'm going to Horadric cube with this. Preferable, I would be getting now a... Preferable, I would be now getting a greater affixed item in blue or yellow, because then I could use these greater affixed items for whatever I want to do. Right? So I'm getting like one here, this one that has maximum life. Great, that's good for crafting, so we're going to keep it. Right? Okay, we got this one, so we're sitting at 857 million, and we got 8 superior layer keys. I've been watching yourself for 9 years plus. I think you adapted yourself in a good way, Hirathu. I mean, it's been an interesting time. This is my 12th year full-time streaming now. So we're streaming since 2013, full-time since 2014, 15. Doing that, and usually, like, there's a saying, the shelf life of a creator is 3 to 4 years, and then it's forever for most, because they either drift off into obscurity or they don't manage the momentum, diversify enough, and what's so on. So being here for 12 is quite cool. Is the crafting in Diablo as complex as in PoE 2? Yes and no. So, Horadric cube crafting, in my eyes, extremely simple, but not easy. So, the actual crafting is not hard, but still knowing all the things, all the tricks is something that you have to learn. So, despite being simple, you know, there are a few pitfalls and there are things you have to know, but it's deterministic. So, where in Path of Exile, there's still a lot of RNG. Like, no matter how good you are at Path of Exile crafting, there's a certain amount of resource you really have to throw at the problem, right? So in Diablo, I can tell you how much I'll need to realistically make good items, right? Without breaking the bank. And like in Path of Exile, like you're also going to use up your currency that you could use for other stuff, right? So in Path of Exile, you're going to use your Divine Orbs for crafting, but you could also just use your Divine Orbs for buying gear. So why would I now craft gear if I could just buy gear, right? And save myself losing those resources to crafts that might not even work out. Because obviously, like, you might just throw crafting resources at a problem, and then it ends up that your problem is still existing and your crafting kind of failed, right? And how often have you tried to make like a specific amulet in Path of Exile, and then you like threw like 100 Chaos Orbs at it, and you could have just bought an amulet for 100 Chaos Orbs. Last Epoch crafting, I don't think Last Epoch crafting is difficult at all. I mean, it's pretty on the nose. Again, though, yes, also a system with many pitfalls and things to consider, and where do you get the shards from and that kind of stuff. I mean, currently, I am enjoying the Diablo crafting the most. You can spend 200, 400 divines to craft and end up with an 800 divine one. Yes, you can, obviously. But you're still going to have to go through the stress of spending 200 to 400 divine orbs to then hope or work on that outcome that might be financing what you're doing. And you still have to find someone who's then actually buying your item, because only because the item is worth that many divine orbs doesn't mean that someone's going to buy it, right? It's always this like, yeah, it's nice that it's worth that much. Now you still have to find a whale who's actually buying your item. It's like these shows, those shows where they buy these storage units in America, and they're like, oh, the antique dagger from the Second World War. That's easily $200 if you find someone who's willing to pay $200 and is interested in this dagger, and if they're by coincidence, it's like, yeah, that $200 save. What's no one interested in your shit? I gotta say, from all the craftings right now, Diablo is my favorite one, but I just like playing around with the Horadric cube. I enjoy my Path of Exile 2 crafting, but I keep it very basic when I craft in Path of Exile 2. Like, I don't actually engage in high-end crafting because high-end crafting is too stressful for my poor old heart. It's literally that. It's like, I cannot cope with the fact of, like, wasting 100 billions of currency just to maybe make more, but what if I don't? Oh, godness, I can't do it. I'm too old. I'm too German for that. I'm literally too German for that. I'm sorry, but not possible. Leave me alone. My money. I haven't played this since season 4. How can I get a mythic charm? Mythic charms don't exist. You probably saw a video from a creator that was talking about mythic charms, and the creator knew that mythic charms are actually a fluke. So they were a bug. They never existed. They don't do anything. They have no use. They're like, you do not need mythic charms. If you're now talking about a mythic seal, that's different. Mythic seals, you have to be very lucky for. What build can I use 4GA Razorblade for? There is a Thorns Paladin, and there's a Thorns... Thorns Paladin and a Thorns Spiritborn. Not sure how well they work. So my Mythic Seal, just as an FY, I got from all my Mythic Seals, I got from the Glints of Hope. Here, these. Random Mythic Seals. Okay, chat, we just made 700 million money. I think we're going to make a bit more. I know it might not be the most exciting gameplay here right now. Sorry for that, but we are making a build, so we need to get these resources together. Also, we can use this time for talking more, so I guess win-win for everyone, right? So yeah, sealed, you just literally have to play the game and get lucky. Where do you buy long Pepsis? Germany, sir. Germany. This is our normal bottle size. 1.25 liters. Actually, the normal bottle size used to be 1.5 liters, but packaging magic. Has anyone found the mythic charms? You could create them. They weren't found. You could make them. So they were actually craftable. It just didn't do anything. So you could craft a mythic charm, and then you had a mythic charm that didn't actually get any bonuses. Now there is still like an idea to make mythic charms a thing, but I don't think that's a good way to go for it. Like actual mythic charms upgrades. I don't think it's, because the hunt for that would be frustrating galore. My problem wouldn't be like that mythic charms would be bad or anything for the game. It's just like you would never be happy with a normal unique charm then, because you would know there's a mythic charm just waiting for you. And that's not good. And if you then allow us to actually craft mythic charms, then you might as well make every charm mythic already. Because there's too much deterministic as well. It exists when things are too deterministic. Still same price? Yeah, bottles got small. I mean, there was in Germany, I don't know how long ago it was. I think it's like 8 years at this point. They brought some new laws out for packaging, because there was like you had to write on your packaging like how many grams is really in and how many grams is not in. But they were kind of allowed to change sizes, right? Everything used to be 500 grams. Everything used to be 1.5 liters. And then companies were allowed to twist and turn things a little bit. And since then, you know, everything has become smaller and everything has become more expensive, as always. I'm not entirely sure what's going down there again. I don't remember. It's too long ago. I'm old. Yeah, the good old shrinkflation, pretty much. What is this loop that we're doing right now? So we are currently in the 3rd dungeon of a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And you can actually infinitely repeat that 3rd dungeon of a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. So you never have to stop doing it. I can do it over and over and over and over and over again. Which pretty much allows me to, if the 3rd Nightmare Dungeon escalation is, for example, a gold reserve, I can get infinite amounts of gold, pretty much. So I've just went from 700, from 300 million. We have gone in the matter of the last 14 minutes, 30 minutes, up to 1 billion. And we're not planning on stopping, you know. And you can on a whim repeat and repeat that. The only challenge that you're facing is to have your 3rd dungeon be a gold reserve. But that only it took us now 3 Nightmare Dungeon escalations until we get that done. But obviously my 3rd dungeon is not only a gold reserve, it's also a rupture dungeon. Which means that I can not only go here to do the rupture, the gold reserve, I can also go here to do the ruptures. Which is double great, because I get money and I get superior lair keys. How do you do that? So it's very simple. You join into a Nightmare Dungeon escalation, like I am right now, okay? I'm in a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And that Nightmare Dungeon escalation, you play until the 3rd one. The 3rd one should then be a gold reserve, it should be a material reserve, or an opal reserve, something like that, right? And now as we get done with the dungeon, we're not killing the boss. So I could now go kill the boss, right? Great mistake. Don't do it. So instead, I'm going to pick up every single chest that gives me bonus gold. I've picked up every single chest that gives me bonus gold. I'm sitting at 1.58 billion. Then we're going to clear out this death toll chamber. Okay, let's clear this one out as well. No, you don't accident reset. That would be a mistake. Do never accident reset. I repeat, do not do that. I'll show you the process. So after now clearing this, give me the key. Very much. That is at 14 keys already. So now we're gonna leave to Temis. So I'm just teleporting out of the dungeon. I am not like going any weird reset or whatever. I just teleport out. Then you're riding outside of Temis. Into Seer's Reach. Or any dungeon. Doesn't have to be Seer's Reach. And teleport back into the Nightmare Dungeon. And now the Nightmare Dungeon is reset. So I can now gather these chests again. So that's another 9 million. Then we got another 12 million. Right? So, and suddenly we're sitting at 1.84 already. Is this the death toll farm? No, but yes. I mean, we're also getting death tolls, but that's more a coincidence. I mean, I could also just focus on money farm. This is just like allowing me to combine the necessary with the good, because I obviously don't want to do a death toll farm right now, but I can. I mean, afterwards we're gonna kill a lot of the lady, the Reaper. But yeah, I need these keys. I need at least 100 like keys for the lady. We'll have to do some. Sadly, you really can't make the tours faster. Very sad. Eight tiers is like the maximum. I think 9 is probably the maximum you could do, right? I think you could do more. Does the rogue bug still work for the pit 150? Yes. If you want to do pit 150 with a rogue, it still works. I'm like, obviously I'm not here to tell you how rogue bugs work. I am just here to confirm that yes, they do still work. Kind of cracks me up seeing videos of like rogue players. Like I saw this morning a video about a 150 rogue player, and he was like uploading his video about like new build found for the 150 farm, and I was like, no sir, you didn't find a new build. You just made the bug even better for your build. You know? It literally doesn't matter. You could go in with a wet spoon in there and hope that you somehow get rid of the enemies with a bug, rid of any actual good gameplay. Teleport to the hidden overlook is right next to a dungeon. Yeah, I mean, you could make it faster, that's for sure. But my favorite teleport is in Temis, so, you know, I just land in Temis every time I teleport. It's not a conscious thingy. The interesting part is, since we're clearing like these thingies out here, we're also getting glints of hope, right? I mean, we get glints of hopes for killing elites anyways, but still, glints of hopes or glints of hope, Chad. Never hurts to get. 12, 13. $14. Just one more after that. Please, let me close it. Nice. Now go collect the last chest. There's one more chest. Don't do the event. Don't really get time for that. Again, don't end the dungeon, right? 1.14 billion. So I was at 300, chat. In not even an hour, okay? Like this is now like 40 minutes of farm right now. 42 minutes. I actually started the recording. So in 42 minutes of farm, we have so far made almost 1 billion gold. That should be enough for a while. I mean, I need roughly 500 million if I want to create a character from scratch. Right? So we're talking about, like, if I really want to create a character from scratch, like, absolute 0 items. Not a single masterwork done on nothing. Then I need around 500 million. But obviously, we're not creating characters from scratch, right? We have some things already. It's going to be a bit cheaper. Like 10 minutes of re-rolling gear? Nah, Chipotle. It lasts longer. I mean, I recently recorded a 40 minutes long video and I burned through 500 million. Oh, that's a sword with weapon damage. You never know if you'll need it. Glints will give you keys after the patch on Tuesday. Yes, I'm thinking about saving my Glints of Hope, Mike. Because we're going to play today, we're going to play tomorrow, obviously. We're going to hope then for the keys, Glints of Hope, that I, on Wednesday, can go like for an absolute massive farm. Could be great. Yeah, that's going to be like crazy. I mean, Calamus, if you're re-rolling at the Enchanta, 1.5 billion is gone in no time. The thing is, I mostly re-roll in the cube. So I don't actually, like, if I have to re-roll at the Enchanta, it's like minimal. I re-roll at the cube. 9 out of 10 things. I mean, my best items are literally made with the cube. And I, like, best case scenario, I don't even have to touch the Enchanta. Best case scenario, every single time. War plans is 5 million a click. Yeah, 50 million a click. I still don't understand why war plans are so expensive. Because they're literally different farm strategies that would want you to respec the war plans. Then again, you could argue that the war plan meta is kind of set. So, I mean, by the time you reach the end game, you're not really going to respec your war plans anymore. I mean, once you know what you're doing, you're kind of like set in stone. I mean, I'm not sure how often you are actually like redoing your war plans, right? Because once I have mine, like, I obviously know where to put points. The only thing I might respec is one node in my Helltide war plan. But I'm not even sitting at 7 out of 7 in any war plan right now, correct? Because I simply don't play characters enough. I mean, like, I don't even do war plans at this point anymore. It's actually a bit sad because you're mostly better off not doing war plans. Unless you're farming for a specific thing. Like if I now wanted to farm XP, for example, I could do war plans to make my Helltide war plan, for example, max leveled, because that's one of the best XP farms, right? I'll drop an easy 100 rerolls. Well, I would only drop 100 rerolls if I was playing not solo self-found, right? So I will admit that playing solo self-found made me a bit less trigger happy on the rerolls because I am simply forced to be less trigger happy on the rerolls. All right, I gotta be smarter about my resources. I mean, on trade, I'm not smart about my resources. I mean, you're literally just one item sell away from another 20 billion, right? Just find your friendly Asian, give him like a cool item, and he gives you 20 billion gold, and you're good. I've been playing Necromancer all season so far. I'm debating on either Warlock or Paladin. Definitely Warlock, because if you do Paladin, you feel so much weaker. So Necromancer has a nice power level, I think, personally. That is fun to fuck around with. But if you now go for Paladin, your power level will feel diminished in comparison to how easy it was to actually get strong with the Necromancer. So I think you might be better off with a Warlock. The Warlock also feels Necromancer adjacent, so you're not feeling too far removed from the Necro. And that might give you some familiarity that you're comfortable with or not. I mean, you also do have Summoner Necro builds, Summoner Warlock builds if you wanted to. They're actually pretty cool. So yeah, that's something I would keep in mind. But yeah, Paladin has not terrible builds this season, but I wouldn't say there's a single super good build that's actually like, you know, you're going to be like, wow, this is so cool to play. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Zeal build. My Zeal build is amazing. It's super cool. But still, despite being super cool, Paladin is just not on the shape of his life. Okay, I'm taking way too long to close those stairs right now. What's this build? Oh, this is a Blazing Scream build that we will adopt into an Apocalypse build today. For the Apocalypse build, I need specific uniques, and I really want to farm the mythics right now. But the problem is, if I leave this dungeon currently, okay, just for your FYI, why are we not leaving the dungeon to make the build? So if I leave the dungeon right now, my farm collapses. And right now I have such a lucky farm here set up. I'm literally getting like 150 million per run. I get dungeon keys per run. So I have like such a no-brainer killer farm set up. Oh, what I wonder is, does this chest out of the... Wait. Let's actually try the Horadric room here. So usually the Horadric room is a big waste. But I would like to know, since this is a gold dungeon, if the Horadric room actually gives gold. We're sitting at 126. Let's get this one. Let's get that one. Let's get that one. So there might be something to this. I have to see if that actually gives us gold. Come here, Mr. Amalgam of Rage. Something still feels so awkward about the attunement timer. At times I feel like it's almost impossible to get it like done. Okay, so we're at 262. No. Sadly, it doesn't give gold. I'm a bit sad now. Oh, RT, there's definitely a way to make this more efficient, but therefore I would have to change my Temus teleport, and I don't want to. Wait, 2 normal lair keys and a lair boss key? So weird. It's the best class this season. Technically Rogue. Technically. I mean, if you're going for the pit leaderboard, so there's a pit leaderboard, right? Oh, you have 5 classes that cleared pit 150. But that's also like only the best of the best of the best of the best of the best with the most equipment players right now. Okay, so we got Rogue, we got Spiritborn, Barbarian, Druid, and Sork, who actually all have cleared 150. Necro, Paladin, and Warlock are behind. Realistically, Spiritborn and Barb, definitely the easiest to get strong, whereas the others are like really the amount of ultra equipment you will actually need to do anything remotely close is quite something. So keep that in mind when you're trying. I thought about Tyrant's Grasp. Oh, we're going to make Tyrant's Grasp as well. King Ghost Wolf. So Tyrant's Grasp is on the menu. Apocalypse is on the menu. There is a Sigil of Chaos build. Yes, an actual Sigil of Chaos build. We also do want to do the I-Beam build, but singular I-Beam for boss killing. So we'll have to look into that as well. So there are 4 more Warlock builds coming. There is 2 Barbarian builds, 1 Rogue, 2 Necro, 1 Spiritborn, 1 Paladin at least. Yeah, like I get some more things in the pipeline for you. How do you not go on that build? I throw like 4 scouts and I'm out of resource. Shouldn't come closer. It's explained in the video in case you haven't seen the video yet, or you have watched someone else's video and that video was shit. So you get multiple things. First and foremost, you get this one here. Spending dominance to summon a demon reduces wrath cost of your demonology skills by 50%. So if I now spend my Infernal Breath, then the cost of my Blazing Scream is reduced. Cool. Very amazing. We also have the crits restore Wrath. It's only one Wrath, but it is one Wrath. And we have lucky hit chance to restore Wrath, right? All of that is actually good for helping. Then we have Wrath per second, Wrath generation on gear. And that helps as well to push things along the lines. And all of these things stacked together lead to me being able to just spam away. Especially the lucky hit chance to restore Wrath is way more useful than you think it is. Because you're pretty much just throwing the skulls out. Your skulls will impact, your skulls will bounce. And then due to the impacting and the bouncing, they'll just create random blips of bonus resource. Just for existing, essentially. And that's way more useful than you would like to give it credit for. Where's the best place to farm set charms? Stuck on making touch with the Necro. Undercity, if you have the tributes. If you don't have the tributes for the Undercity, you could also go for this Seer's Reach dungeon. If you actually spam that dungeon, there's a good chance you'll get charms out of it as well. The pit in general drops charms. So if you like the pit from pit 60 onwards, I think is more regularly giving charms. So definitely worth it. Okay, 1,300,000,000 chat. 1 hour farm for 1 billion gold. 1 billion gold per hour. Lucky chance to restore resources is really useful on other characters too. It always depends on what skill you're using, because some skills have an awful lucky hit chance. And I still believe that some people don't actually understand how lucky hit chance work, because realistically, like a 15% chance to restore resource sounds good, right? You'd be like 15% chance to restore resource. I mean, that's like every 1 in 7 kind of like restores resource, but that's not actually how it works. Because 15% on my Blazing Scream is a 15 out of 25% chance, right? So my lucky hit chance on the Blazing Scream is 25%, and then the 15 is off the 25. And that's your actual lucky hit chance for restoring resource. Which now paints a picture of, well, that's actually kind of shit. But realistically, since you're shooting out so many skulls, and the skulls are shooting out mini skulls, and then your skulls are bouncing around as well, you like, despite that being a rather low chance, the low chance is still high enough to actually make it work, right? But instead of being now 15%, it's actually more like sadness percent. But it definitely, like in most builds, it does really not hurt to have. Come on, close it! Close it! Yes! Nice. That's the perfect one when it's about to like go down, right? It's about to shrink. Then I get the Death Toll Chamber. Let's go. Yeah, bosses also drop a lot of charms. That's true. Very well said. So how many superior layer keys do you have, ladies and gentlemen? When I'm sitting at like 20 plus finally. I mean, for an hour farm, getting 20 plus keys, I think I'm feeling fine, Mr. Stark. Could be worse. Give me. I want him to respawn again. That was so much fun last time. We're also just saving our Glints of Hope for Tuesday. So they're the chests from Reputation. Okay, chat. And the Glints of Hope, they will actually get you... Wow, this was such a good version of the dungeon with so many chests. So the Glints of Hope, they will actually get you keys as well. Which I think is complete overkill, but I don't care. Right? I mean, getting those keys from Lens of Hope is definitely overkill, but I guess I'm fine. I mean, we're in week 4 of the season anyways. We should be getting the PDR actually before Gamescom, right? Season 15 PDR, chat, is not that far away. Strangely. It's still somewhat around the corner. There's a joint party exploit, Everin. Are you saying that non-solo self-on players are ruining it for everyone again? I hear you loud and clear. Those darn non-solo self-on players. Gingos, what are you referring to? Anything about Season 15? No, no one knows anything about Season 15. Blizzard hasn't teasered anything to us. There's no knowledge. Oh, nice. Glittering. Ooze. I mean, the only thing we know about Season 15 so far is that the upgrade to Mythic is actually staying, which still surprises me to no end. Blizzard is usually so iron on removing mechanics. And now they're like, no, we're keeping this. Probably one of the more controversial mechanics added to the game. And they're like, no, we're keeping this. It's totally fine. Everyone loves it. Season of Treasure Goblins, all goblins all the time. I mean, we just got Mother's Embrace again. You don't want to know what for a loud sigh I let go when the post came out. Oh, did you know? The Tree of Whisper double cash is back. Woo! I mean, I love the Tree of Whispers double cash. But could you at least try something different, Blizzard? Like, could you make a season of Helltide, like, super special event? Like, in Helltides, there's, I don't know, whatever spawning, anything. But it's just like, oh, so we're 3 weeks into this season? Double caches. Who would have guessed? Well, like 5% creativity, Blizzard. We're not asking for much. We're really not asking for much. We're just asking for like 5% creativity, okay? Just once in a while. Come on, more murder, more slaughter, more death and destruction. If I can't keep this one open, come on. Dude, yes, 9. This invades Helltide. I mean, there could have been like so many, like we have the Helltide, right? And the Helltide is cool. You could literally bring back Azmodan invading the Helltide, right? You could have Duriel again as the Helltide boss, which we actually did have for a while as well in one season. That was kind of cool. So there are many small things that you could do instead of just Mother's Embrace. I mean, no one is saying don't do Mother's Embrace, but just let that not be the only thing. If you're already going to do special events, then just have one event per week, right? And then rotate them. Just to make like season, it's like week 4, week 3 of the season more interesting. I think that would go a long way, and I think that would make people happy. I mean, it would get old at some point as well, because everything gets old at some point. However, it would show some creativity at least. I stripped a random mythic from Astaros. Hacker. Those are the improved drop chances, Katie. You've seen them in the patch. They said the drop chances for mythics are now higher. Believe it when I see it. Well, I killed actually 3 Reapers, and I got 1 mythic after killing 3 Reapers. It was just the wrong one, which is not true. It was a signal of Pelgain, so that was actually good in some regard. Hey, that after your full build, the only thing you can do is tower. Wrong! Categorically wrong, but kind of right, but wrong. You can also do Echoing Hatred if you then would ever get an invitation. If you then would ever get an invitation into Echoing Hatred. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we made over 1 billion gold now in the span of an hour, so I think I'm fine with that. We can be happy. Now let's do some other things for the time being and start actually putting this build here into motion, and then just farm some more again and again and again and again. But that was a lot of layer boss keys. So what are we sitting at? We're sitting at 21. I got 1 Echoing Hatred invitation, and I think it's on my Rogi, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's check. Is it on my Rogue? I see it's on my Rogue. But let's be real for a second. Every ARPG is kind of like that. I mean, once you're at your pinnacle of your power, it usually becomes useless, right? You're usually then, what am I going to do now? So the problem is, as soon as you get an Echoing Hatred, you need to do it right away. Because as long as you don't do it right away, you're actually not getting a new invite.
And quell them before they can rise. When you are ready, gaze into the eye.
Right? So I'm forced to do this now. See how Echoing Hatred goes as a rogue? I forgot to get my ferocity up. So we are Echoing Hatred. So Echoing Hatred is this wave-based event where you got waves in case you actually see them. But maybe you don't see the waves because they're not there. And then there are no waves. And you just go through really quick. Since the game decides to spawn things so far outside, you gotta travel to the corner of the map. Because it would be silly if the enemies would actually spawn on you, wouldn't it? And you have to clear the goblins out as well, right? If you're not clearing the goblins, you're not getting the backs at the end. This is the only activity I kind of like to do with other players because it's a very tedious activity. I mean, as much as Echoing Hatred was like teasered as this really, really cool thing, that is like the endgame content. I mean, you're barely getting any of these imitations. This is pretty much now after playing the season for 3 weeks straight. This is the first Echoing Hatred I have received. I mean, I assume that Rob has 2 more Echoing Hatreds, right? And you can also do your Echoing Hatreds with your friends. So that's like the real group content of Diablo right now. Get an Echoing Hatred invitation, then share it together with your friends. Because that's cool. "16 more days till Beast of Reincarnation." I am very excited, my friend. But now I just clarified with the wife. I'm coming back on the 3rd of August. So I'm leaving on the 27th. I'm coming back on the 3rd. Okay, we're missing 1 enemy somewhere. I'm coming back on the 3rd, and on the 4th, Beast of Reincarnation releases. So it couldn't actually be better unless people are getting like 1 day early access and I missed it. But yeah, I'm perfection. I've actually gotten more mythics than Echoing Hatred invitations. I want to say that. It's even rarer than mythics. So what tier can we make it up to, ladies and gentlemen? It's gonna be interesting to see. Having the Pelgame build? Oh, I forget to put mine. We're still waiting for Glints of Hope opening. Yes. Glints of Hope should be Tuesday. Tuesday hits the second patch. That will make Glints of Hope have superior lair keys in there. I mean, you could also open them right now and just don't give a fuck, but I feel like if you have like 20 Glints of Hope and that's like 20 free lair keys, that's actually quite good. Okay, we're pit 69, 71. I wonder how many how many mythics I can get out of this on the wrong character. Right? Yesterday the drops were insane on Reaper kills. Yeah, I got a mythic in 3 kills, so that was cool. Maybe that was just super lucky, but I felt like, you know, it should be nice there. But I can't wait to kill some Reapers today. Hopefully we're going to get some superior lair keys from this one as well. By the way, this one should also be good at reputation farm, right? Because we actually do have quite some elites here as well. And every elite is obviously a Glint of Hope. After this, I'll need a break for my head. I've made your build here, but I'm not smacking nearly the same. I suck. Well, Jade, currently we're playing the 300 resource version, which inherently is a bit stronger than the 200 resource version because you obviously get the 300 resource times this 0.75% of the Beastfall boots. So that is actually a nice power boost. 200 resource is, though, relatively easy to reach, but we're far from like being pinnacle out on this build, right? We have a lot of mythics that we could still get, like the Ring Mythic. We could get the we could get the Ring Mythic. We could get the Boots and Mythic. We could get the Azeroth and Mythic. We could get the that would be significant power boost. Ours is a fun build, yeah, and it's not bugged. I mean, it's working exactly as it should work, right? It's not abusing any crazy mechanics. The only thing that annoys me about Rogue in general is then when like most of your damage is tied to crowd control. Now, don't get me wrong, like you can crowd control bosses relatively easy, but I just hate the fact when you have a build, it's like literally need crowd control effect X, Y, Z, and then you can actually deal damage. It seems just so silly to me. Pit 102, still not a challenge. I wonder if Echoing Hatred, if you like, let's say I make it to tier 120, right? Should my next Echoing Hatred just start at tier 120? Instead of forcing me to, or like in the 10 tier range of that. Right, so if my finisher would now be 120, and then my next Echoing Hatred that I starts as like a 110. Just to, because I can obviously go through the early ones, I've shown it. But you know what I mean, right? If you have one shown that you can get, like, let's assume you can do 150 with your barbarian build or whatsoever. Do you really want to go like through like the whole motions of the ocean every single time again? I feel like in a team that like this only bothers me in Soul Southbound because in a team you can just chill. Everyone just half-asses until you kind of reach like 130. And then you get to start carrying. Before 130, you really don't have to start carrying in any way, right? It's going to be just like an easy peasy breath through. But then when you like get higher, then you have to start like playing a bit more serious. You can only do one Accurate Hatred once a week. I mean, you're anyways not getting more invites. Our boss damage is getting slower, chat. So your build, you first have to CC and then the real DPS comes out. Well, so in this build, you freeze, then the frozen target soaks up all the damage, cold damage that you deal during the freeze, and then he explodes outwards with all that cold damage, right? So that's how a lot of the damage comes together. So you then have like a lot of enemies here bundled up. Like works really well with those nifty explosions. But that also means I gotta get the boss here staggered. Get the most out of it. Whoever that elite with the blade around him is again. Super annoying. Okay, 126. I can deal with that. It's fine. For the level of equipment that we've put down, we could start. 130 would have been better. Okay, what we got here? We got a pants with nothing. Cool. So we actually have a bunch of nothing. Nothing burgers. So last time I opened all of these, I did actually get a... Are they hard-coded for... Can I open them on my Warlock? Zangin, greetings to Turkey. Good to see you there. Also, Line Boy, greetings to South Africa. Thank you for your subscription and support. Sainrith, good to see you there too. So, might want to open them on my Warlock, as we're currently trying to get Warlock equipment. And maybe I can get some seals for the Warlock, rather. Oh, the loot is insane, my friend. The loot for Echoing Hatred is mental. So, give me all these. There's always like a lot of seals and that kind of stuff coming out of it, which is good because I'm pretty much looking for I'm looking for specific thingies in high rolls. With the cold skills especially. Yeah, that one is insane. Perfection. Oh, 25 maximum resource. Wrong build. Would have been really happy if that was my... Warlock. My rogue. See, if you need like a seal on a character, it might just be best to go for this here. Destroy, 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 destroy. Destroy. Burp. Sorry. Destroy. A lot of charms. And then we're also we're still selling these, right? Because they're just like, we're sitting at 1.6 million. So now I could open more of these bags, but I kind of feel like I should keep these bags for different characters, right? Because again, there's probably not like gonna be anything meaningful coming out of them, right? That I right now need. So I might as well keep this for a different build. Just have it ready. Like for example, if I have my Barb now and I need a very specific right of the name list. I need like specific sets, then I'll just be able to roll that. Okay, before we now do anything further, what do we have? We got a Nightmare. Yeah, Helltide. So I want to go into Helltide and actually clear this for caches. Do we know how many caches we need currently for leveling up a character? Because I want to get my Barb, my Paladin, and my other character all leveled up in no time. Everett, thanks for gifting Agilis a stream. I think it's always better to not have to watch some ads. 7? It's not many, right? So we can get all 3 characters leveled up right now. Those caches from Acring Hater might level you up. Yeah, but do you think it's worth it to waste them for leveling, Katie? Because when you think about it, like, you'd rather want to hold them back because they will make, like, my Barb, for example, he opens some of them. He'll have the full set bonus right away without having to try. And I think that's probably way better than doing anything else. Around 3 to 4 with the double right now. But did the double even give the full XP? Because I don't remember correctly if the double gave the full XP. Level your Paladin with 3 caches. Okay, that's great to know. So we can pretty much do PvP area. Oh man, then we can just get the Paladin, the Barb, and the Spiritborn up. I just want every character to 70 today, right? Every single character to 70. It's like, and I'm only missing, and the Sork. So I'm missing 4 characters. That means we need 12 caches. Correct? The moth is mothing. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, how many Paragon points are you sitting? No, Glints of Hope we can't open up. I mean, we can open up the normal reputation board, right? But not the actual Glints of Hope. Because we need to obviously wait for season. So, how many Paragon points do you have? Have you overtaken me? We're sitting at 253, which is actually really low in comparison to most people probably sitting at like 280. $257 SSF. Oh, you beast. 54, 228. Not too far off then. Feels good. Do some here. Easy whisper farming. 253 as well. 253 bros. Seems like 253 is very easy to reach then. 267. Damn it, Katie. Damn it. How dare thou? What has I ever done to you? You deserve treatment like that. You didn't play Pal World? Yeah, that's a valid excuse. That helped you to catapult your pushing. The saddest thing about the Helltide this season, open up the portals and run away. Right? Like you open up the portal and then you just run away. Oh, they're so amazing. Yup, Renalis. We had a lot of fun the past couple of days, and I obviously would have loved to play even more Pal World, but we still have quite some Diablo things to do for YouTube. So here we are, Diabloing out. I mean, I'm really happy to be playing, don't get me wrong. Like, this break was just healthy, right? That was like a couple of days for me for Pal World to cleanse the palate, pretty much, right? To cleanse my mind. And now I'm out here just enjoying Diablo even more. Because I waited for all the patches, right? So I literally didn't play without the patches. I didn't go through the misery. And now that the patches are in, the hotfix are running, and I can equip all my items, right? I'm back, and I can have more fun. And you don't want to know how much that's like good for me. Like, yes. What's there with this build? This is Blazing Scream Warlock. High recommendation. Okay, here. We got 2 already, chat. So you said we need 12 in total for 4 characters. That is possible. Very possible. Also, our ultimate goal is, in case you missed it, Chad. So I don't know if you've thought about the same, but I want to do an all mythic character. Just for the shits and giggles. Because I think that would be kind of funny. Glad your Pal World videos are doing similar views as your Diablo 4 videos. Oh, yes. I mean, I think we have like the science of also covering other games relatively good under control. Now, I'm not claiming expertise over everything, but usually when we decide to cover another game, it's not a complete disaster, right? But it's obviously never a guarantee for success. Like, as a creator, branching out will always be somewhat of a risk. But as much as it's a risk, it's also an opportunity, right? An opportunity move good. This build, you technically never want to go on your horse, because as soon as you go on your horse, you're losing like your friends with benefits. Alright, your build has many buffs, and they not active anymore once you go on horse. Okay, we just want to activate this last thingy here. And we're happy. I wish there was a Helltide talent where you keep all the cinders after Helltide runs out. I mean, one might question why can't we just have cinders be eternal for now? Like, this 5-minute Helltide overlay gap seems just so... eh? I mean, if I want to farm 20,000 cinders and then use my 20,000 cinders for the next 20 Helltides to come, I guess let me do that. You're not my real mom or dad. I can, you know, I want my gameplay to be shaped like this. So I'm not entirely sure what the reason behind the reset still is. Yeah, all mythics, no legendary aspects. Exactly, yeah, Brain. But you would get damage reduction because you could get damage reduction from Herald Might. Okay, then we're going to kill the PvP boss. And we can level up our Barbarian. JS will also do the charge barb, Chad. Charge barb, charge barb, charge barb. It's going to be fun. Better Druid, any recommendations? Right now, after the hot fixes, I would recommend Shred. But I personally prefer the bear, but the Shred is now stronger than the bear. Which makes me sad because I like bear so much, and now Shred is stronger than bear. Before they were like similar-ish. How much is Pepsi paying you? Wouldn't that be great, sir? Wouldn't that be great? If we had a cool sponsor like that. Okay. Now we gotta clear one more PvP area and we're good. But I guess the only reason I can think about why Helltides still have this cinder falling out, it's like to force you to take a break. It's like, no, sir, your cinders reset, so you now have to chill for 5 minutes. Like, halt, stop. Hier und nicht weiter. Boulder Druid is very strong. Boulder Druid is bugged. Maddie is bugged. The set is still not fixed. So the biggest problem is that the Druid set for Earth just sometimes doesn't work. So imagine you're like, you have like this cool damage going on and then it just doesn't. Because it just stops working for a bit. And then it works again and that doesn't work. Season 15, Maddie. Season 15 is supposed to be the non-randomization. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? Why make a note about Season 15 in the patch when we're in Season 14? That's like, just shoot me between the eyes. I'm fine. Change your god roll gore? Sir! Why? The most fun build in your opinion? Honestly, I have had most fun with Rogue and Rain of Arrows. Like, making it work and also making the 300 resource version work was just generally like a source of constant joy. Right, of tinkering and then like an upgrade here and upgrade there, and does this actually work together, and then right, and suddenly you had a cool thing there, right? So I really like that. Okay, so now with these 4 chesticles. You have to delete an alt lust, Mr. AOTD. Make a new character, a barbarian. Charge. Was the Druid nerfed? Well, Druid didn't get nerfed, but the set is from permanent lock on, put over to RNG random trigger again. And that makes a difference if you're like actually getting the skill to like be permanently there or just trigger sometimes. We're gonna talk to the Death Gold first. Power 277, by the way, first season rolling a Barb. Oh, Barb is amazing. Really. This season. I kind of want to see how good the Charge Barb works for farming, right? Because I know the Charge Barb is good for pushing, but how good is it for farming? Okay, by the way, chat, in case you have never seen this before, what are we doing here right now? We're just making a character to level said character with the help of caches now. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're now gonna pick up the caches from before. Oh, come on now, I marked that. And then I'm just gonna do this. So that's level 61. Yeah, you seem correct. Helmet with maximum life. Weapon with maximum life. A sword with area. Wow, weapon damage, strength, and all damage multiplier. The weapon damage is sad, but the strength and all damage multiplier does work, so I like that. And then you're just going to open the other gift chest, right? That's level 70. So ta-da, that was my leveling for my Barb. Good. Oh, 3 to combat skills. Nice. Not sure if we can make that work. That's strength greater affix, so we can make that work. That one has weapon damage. No, we don't need that. But we're generally going to keep everything with weapon damage most of the time. I mean, the good thing is we also get a bunch of aspects now, right? Because usually the characters, they don't start with this many aspects, right? You usually get robbed. So that was character number 1. This only works with the highest tier caches, by the way. Fire damage multiplier. That's actually needed. Okay, so now that we have that, let's lock out. Then we're going to have to delete Lovecraft. No! Oh, God. My first Warlock. He was so cool. Including the Agi name. Interestingly enough, we can abuse that we have multiple characters. You know why, Chad? So this is the funniest part now about having multiple characters. What can you abuse? Who knows it? Because, so Whispers are character exclusive. So I can now go on my other character to also kill the tier 12 boss. Like the PvP boss, right? And I can go and do the other, like the second PvP area again. So I can now get Whisper caches on every single character. So since I have 4 characters, or all 8 characters then to 70, I could pretty much just do the PvP area, right? For the cache, for the cache, for the cache, for the cache. Nothing can stop me from doing that. So we're now looking to farm caches as quick as possible. Actually, having multiple characters is probably the best thing for that out there. Paragon 300 is mainly Helltides. Yes, you want to get Forgotten Wisdom from a dungeon for 1 hour because that's 15% bonus XP. And then you just want to stomp Helltide like there's no tomorrow. So now we get this one, right, for the first farm, but we get also that one. We could do the Maiden again as well. And it comes really good if one of the bosses, like here, the Harbinger of Hatred is currently a lair boss. So I can kill the Harbinger of Hatred on this character, then I can kill the Harbinger of Hatred on the other character, right? I'm so happy we can hold 25k obols. I think 25k obols is one of the best changes, and at the same time, it's a sad change. Okay, so 25k obol is great because it's amazing. The problem is now that the best way to get gear is simply to obol gamble in the city. Now, technically, that's kind of sad because every drop I get in the world doesn't matter to me anymore, right? I'm really not hoping that a nightmare dungeon, I'm not hoping that anything drops me good loot, right? I don't care. I just care about my obols. Then again, it makes farming easier. And I think everything that is easier is always good. Right? Mr. Fart God, good to see you there. Intriguing name. Okay, it was not for me. Are potion and instances for bonus XP not a thing anymore? No, potions and instances are gone because Blizzard found them to be too tedious. They were like, most people, I think they probably had stats on that. Most people anyways don't put them on or forget to put them on. So they were like, no potions and instances anymore. I personally miss potions. I don't miss instances. I think instances were stupid, that you kind of needed to have an instance to have enough defense, to have enough resistance, that kind of stuff. That was stupid. But potions was kind of cool because they were an expression of skill, right? It was like, hey, I'm going to use a potion of resource to reduce my resource cost, and then I can make my build better work out. Or I could use the critical strike damage potion to get like critical strike chance, attack speed, that kind of stuff. I like that. But yeah, the instances I found stupid. I don't like instances. Instances can eat my ass. I guess more people are probably happy that they're gone than they're unhappy that we don't have them anymore. Yeah, realistically. No new builds today. New builds today, Justin. We just need to farm the resources, brother. Brother, listen. I am a build making machine, yes, but I can't like, you know, can't whip them out of my hands. I do actually need to farm at some point. I need to get the resources. Guards. I missed the pit bubble. We all missed the pit bubble. Anyone saying they don't miss the pit bubble is a psychopath. I said it. I'm not taking it back. I'm so happy the pit bubble is gone. Please beat me in the dig harder. Yes. I need to feel alive again. Like, Pony, are you playing hardcore? They removed the pit bubble. I don't understand your question. Even Blizzard doesn't want you to play hardcore, right? Blizzard removed the pit bubble. Blizzard doesn't want you to play hardcore. Pit what? The pit bubble. So at the end of the pit dungeon, there used to be a bubble that pops up where you can go in and you're then undefeatable. So you could actually just upgrade your glyphs in chill and peace, right? Without having to worry about something like killing you in a weird way. And, oh godness, he actually ate me. That was removed. You know where to farm Eldraine Sword? You can craft it. So you should go to the blacksmith, and then you should gamble at the blacksmith for random iconic mythics. And these random iconic mythics can nowadays also be your good old friend, the Eldraine, Sword of Justice. That wasn't possible before. Okay, Eldraine could not drop from the blacksmith. But they changed that, and Eldring can now drop from the blacksmith. Oh god, we are like just one away from staggering him. Dislike fighting him. Meatballs. Finally. Okay, Harbinger down. We get our 5. Then we go back to the Helltide to just clear the Helltide boss quickly. And then we're so close. Do you think a poison-free Spiritborn build is possible? The problem is that you couldn't make the damage from the sword grid that people are saving up. So I don't see why you would want to do a poison-free Spiritborn and not just focus on the one thing you do really good. You know? I mean, could? Probably. Should? Probably not. Hell tight, lady. Okay, with the frost version, you definitely notice when you're not instantly freezing. Okay, that's now number 3, ladies and gentlemen. So one more, and we get our Paladin also leveled up. Yeah, poison freeze could work, but it wouldn't be efficient. That's the big pointer there. Helms. 1.7 billion gold. I started this morning with 300 million, chat. I just want to point that out. We started with 300 million gold. And we also barely had any Forgotten Souls, right? Now we're sitting at 1.7 billion. Okay. Hellfire. Let's go for the Necro quickly. So Necro is going to get the build soon too, chat. Right? I want to obviously get you the Necro build, full summoner. But it's going to be Warlock today first. That's why the thumbnail does not have like a specific theme, just as an FYI. Because I'm obviously planning to do like multiple builds per day. We're just jumping around. We're playing. We're having fun, right? I'm not going to be like, today is only this. Today is only that. But he made 1.3 billion that quickly. Oh, it's really simple. Everything to do with Nightmare Dungeon escalations and abusing the infinite farm there. We might make a video on the Nightmare Dungeon escalation infinite farm, but I'm not sure if I wanted to propagate that abuse. But then again, we have been actually using it on stream, so we might as well. You know, until it's patched, we might as well just show you what you can do. So, like, these are my cold damage over time minions. They're amazing because they freeze and they overstack you with damage over time. As you can see here on that boss kill, it just goes so quick when they attack you. It's like really from like a Torment 12 chill time. So good. And we're actually going to play this with Azure Wrath as a charm, I think. So right now I'm playing like double set, but we're probably going to kick the Waking Touch set out. Might play it with Azure Wrath as a charm. You don't think making a video about it would make it go away sooner? Everin, the bug exists since last season. It's always like, yeah, oh no, the creators are spoiling all the fun. Like, either Blizzard is going to fix it or they're not going to fucking fix it. It doesn't matter if we make a video about it or not, right? It's like, it literally does not matter if we cover a topic or not. Like, if they have it on their radar, it's going to get taken care of. If they don't have it on their radar, it's not going to get taken care of. And in most of the times, Blizzard does not have things on their radar. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to burst a bubble there, but most of the time they really suck at having things on their radar. Like really, really, really mouse breathing, sucky hard. Even though we pointed things out many times. Like the amount of so we literally in the creator Discord have like a bug area, right? And like there's a lot of bugs in there that are literally reported now for 6 patches or so, or 7 patches, and they still exist, right? I mean, how long can one wait before it kind of becomes like, whatevs, you know? Couldn't care less than it is in the game, and we're just gonna abuse it. Hey, I decided these bugs are good, Saudi. I mean, they obviously have their, how do I say this now? They have the priorities, but I always ask myself how hard it can be to fix certain bugs. Like, for example, that the Druid set doesn't work. Okay, right now the Druid set doesn't work, but that seems to me like it should be super easy to fix. Now, I'm not a developer. I don't know this. I don't have the answer for you, right? I don't work at that company. I don't know how hard it would be to fix. I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking, hey, it can't be that hard. I mean, it's one set, the Druid set, right? You know what's not working, that it's suddenly it sometimes doesn't work. So it should be possible to get this under control ASAP. Especially considering that every single Earth Druid can literally not play. Right? At least make a statement. But my worst part is always like say we can't fix it for this season. Okay. It sucks. I hate it. It like fuck you, right, Blizzard? But at least I know that it's not going to get fixed. Like, instead of just like looking at the patch notes and being like, oh, maybe today we're finally getting a fix for my one set that I'm waiting for. Maybe today, maybe today. No. Right? Just tell me you're not going to fix it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, I accept. It's cool. Cool. I understand. It's not getting fixed. Cool. It's easy to disable the knockdown rune. I know why they don't disable this one. Why don't they disable the Zik rune, chat? It's simple. Because if Spiritborn didn't have the Zik rune, Spiritborn wouldn't be able to clear Pit 120. I mean, literally, Spiritborn would fall completely apart. Let's be real. Think about it for a second. So Spiritborn is abusing a bug for 600% bonus damage on every single skill. But if Spiritborn didn't have 600... Okay, chat, 600% bonus damage. That's 7 times your damage. X7 multiplier. That's not a little bit. That's not like 2 or 3%, right? That's their damage. That's gone. They don't have damage anymore. See how fast we can CC this? Beautiful. And this is, by the way, right now working minimal efficiency because I actually don't have the good items for this build. But it's still like, despite being minimal efficiency, it's like so strong. Ow. Same goes for the rogue bug. Yeah, I really don't see how that rogue bug is not fixed. Especially since that is a significant bug. That is not a minor bug. The rogue bug is just genuinely one where you're like, okay, so you hate when things work, Blizzard. I need to get an Azeroth charm into this build because like we have them so long CC'd and we're doing so much DPS, right? That Azeroth should explode so nicely. Oh, that just missed everything, Chad. That's great when that happens. Especially since the same bugs from last season, leaderboards have been terrible for Nose Long on leaderboard. I trust. Oh, Soul Self on one is the anyways. I mean, look at this. Okay, so in the solo cell phone leaderboard, you at least discernible like it's realistic what's happening here, right? So you get the best player who usually has the best gear, right? So there's a like look at this. So the best one is to the 10th place. There's a difference. But in like if you go for normal, there's not that much of a difference. It's usually like very closer together because people just buy their items, right? So like this is all 145. Like look at that, 147 and all 145. We now go for normal soul self-found. Like you literally have one that is 145 and the last one is 141. So right, like there is a qualitative difference because it comes down to the actual player and not down to how hard can you swipe your credit card.
It is done.
What build are you running? This is a full summon build that is using Hand of Nas. We're getting the Undercrown, we get the Bloodless Scream, and we get the Pact of Bone. And it's also the Necromancer build I want to play. Why? Because you can now use crafted mythics. So I want to, instead of the aspect of Heavenly Strength, I want to use my fucking Tyrell's Might. Because then all my minions, so this is like the crazy part about Summoner, it might not be the most DPS bonus, right? But when you use Tyrells on a minion build, which usually like you would always do, but we didn't do because it wasn't there, right? Like you couldn't use the crafted one. Now all your minions when they're attacking, they're usually shooting the Tyrell set bonus, which doesn't actually seem to be the case anymore, and that's kind of sad. So now my whole Tyrell's idea is out of the window already. Great. I really wanted to use that one. Now I can't use it anymore. Oh, I'm so sad. But so the main idea is that this can be mythic, this can be mythic, this can be mythic, this can be mythic, and there is another item. The Signet of Pelgain. So you can use so many mythic items. You could also remove the Bloodless Scream, play the Bloodless Scream as a charm, and then you would play the Azeroth as a mythic. I mean, for example, I have this Signet of Pelgain. Your freeze causes enemies to take more damage, and that periodic more damage. So right now I got the you deal 60% increased summon damage, but if a 3-second freeze has the enemy forever take more damage, that against the boss is insane, right? Think about it for a second. So yeah, having that Signet of Pelgain already ready is quite significant. And since we freeze so quick, it's just always active. We always have enemies frozen. We always have them take more damage. And a boss is frozen longer than 3 seconds, so it's more damage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for our Paladin. Paladin. Hello. Map Paladin looks so weird. That's going to be Zeal and other stuff. Zeal and others. Doesn't work, huh? Zeal, mostly. Good preparations today. I mean, we've streamed for 2 hours, 30 minutes, chat. We made again, 1.1 billion gold, 1.3 billion. We made 2 characters to 70. We have prepared 20 layer boss keys for our warlock to farm like crazy. It's looking good. It's looking good. I need to switch to something else on my Necro. Running Bone Spirit. Oh, Bone Spirit is terrible this season, Chamco. Or, I mean, it's not terrible, but the overpower nerf hit it so hard, like, you're not doing yourself a favor. Right?
Might as well roll me on in after them. I don't understand. Guess you haven't heard the good news. Death is so... Make a point. No idea.
Shield Charge Pala. I get a whiplash playing the Shield Charge Pala. Like, literally, like, it's like, what the fuck is happening? This is... Overpower is now underpower? Exactly. I mean, Blizzard seems to, like, since Diablo 4 exists, overpower has been an intriguing mechanic, but it has always been either broken or underpowered. There has never been a situation where it's like... Overpower is fairly balanced. Right? It's just never been fairly balanced. I'm not going to do Whirlwind Barb. No interest in that, personally. That's level 54. And a bunch of aspects.
Taken apart, melted down.
Oh, they're mythic. What did we get? Oh no, we got a here. Crooks. Very good, very good. We all love a crook of the false prophet when it comes.
What brings you?
Okay, we got 2 more gift of the tree. Might as well. So, 70 character. Critical strike damage multiplier with strength. Let's go. Resistance to all elements. Greater affix with armor. Let's go. Don't mind if I do. How many was that? This was only 4. Only 4 whisper caches. Because we currently have double whisper caches. Okay. Double. Right now. Which makes everything better. It's like so easy to get whisper caches right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to save our build here. This is the pit. Override. Save it. Good. Now, that one is set in stone. What we're now going to do is we're going to swap things. No. I lied to you. I'm a dirty, filthy liar. Please don't skip this. Clip this. Thank you. We are going to kill the lady in Zarbinzet. And in order to do that, I need to find and kill the round walkers. So we need to wait another 6 minutes to kill a round walker. Yeah. Why do we need to kill the lady in Zarbinzet? I need to see if I can get something interesting. Like, right, let's first check if we can actually get Mythic galore. And then move from there. Actually killing him faster than the rogue build, Chad. Because the rogue build just needs to like freeze bosses to actually properly kill them, while he just throws skulls to murder them. Like, funny how different in strength these partially are. Maybe we get invaded by Belial. No Belial, sadness. Why are dot builds so weak in the last season, and what would you change to get them better? Dot builds, the Barbarian cleared pit 150. The Spiritborn cleared 150. The Rogue Poison dot build that is not bugged, also very strong. Necromancer dot build sucks. There's a Bleed build that's also quite decent, 120 plus. So, pardon me, where dot builds bad? I mean, only the Shadow Necro builds are actually bad, to be honest. And the rest is just amazing. So yeah. Do tell me. Where's it bad? Maybe you just perceive it as bad. Okay, I'll be quickly right back. Give me a short second, and then we continue right away. Why are Necro's dots so bad? Because they took our key passive away. The one key passive that made Necro dots work. That was the Shadowblight key passive. Pretty much the only reason why Necro dots worked in any way. And that one was taken from us. It's now an item. And that item is also not good. So yeah. Okay, we'll do one pit push. Fire on. Oh, I lost my key. Quickly stack our damage. Thank you for the damage stack. Please. We just stack up into the trillions. And then every skull's like doing trillions. And the real fun starts. Oh, I lost my stone again. I remember, what's the highest pit we actually finished with this one? Oh god, so we're burning. We're also stuck. We are stuck to this thing. I think we did like, we did 125 with this one. We need to do 110 for speed. Hmm. 50 seconds. I didn't think it was so quick. The keystone was just the trigger. It was a crit build. Yes, damage over time has never done much damage. Damage over time has never done much damage. However, I mean, you can play a minion dot build because the Necro Shadow set says that if your minions deal shadow damage or cold damage, that it actually deals the same damage as corruption damage over time. And you actually deal a lot of corruption damage over time like that. Quite cool. But again, it's not really a damage over time build because you're pretty much just doing damage over time for like you're critting, so you do some damage over time on the side. That's kind of like it. Or Realm Walker just instantly dies. How many keys do you usually get from the Realm Walker, Chad? I know inside the dungeon I have now gotten 1, 2. Mostly 1, sometimes 2. I wish there definitely was more. This is a home cooked build. Sir, all my builds are home cooked builds. Willpower and crit damage. Not crit chance. Interesting. So, return to Denicum. Now we can kill the actual Reaper. We got Glints of Hope, but we don't want them. Obsidian, the Shadow version of Bloodlands, still not worth it. I'm sorry. Damage over time is just in the dumpster for Necro. But I don't expect it to be anytime not in the dumpster. Blizzard has shown an inability to actually address that correctly. Can I please just jump over there so I don't have to walk around? You get 1 or 2 at one time, you get 7. I mean, Belial can drop up to 9 keys, which is crazy. What do you think about it? Oh, I got 1 key from Belial. That's so exciting. Yeah, I got 9. That's so exciting. Okay, let's see. Reaper. Oh, I just turned my demon form off. Demon form on. The not Torment 12 Reaper is pretty weak. Or that fake Torment 12 Reaper. Okay, leave dungeon. And now we're gonna farm some. I think we get 20 keys. So let's see how many kills per unique, chat. Okay.
Reapers.
How many kills per unique? Dur-dur-dum, dur-dur-dum. Three was my average. Yeah, we're hoping for the best. 7 total. And not a single one that we can use. Like, we can probably get 7 total, with every single one being useless. Don't forget, swap to the streamer server. Don't worry, I activated my secret streamer code before I started the stream, so that my drops would be like higher than usual. Don't worry, sir, ma'am. Make sure to juice the quality of drops. Totally true, by the way. Not made up garbo. We'll stack our damage so that when we're done with the first one, the next one goes. Eddie, you're just jumping out of my like thingies, so you're not restoring my resource, and that's like really, really annoying. She's like not annoying like the Harbinger of Hatred. She's like annoying because she exists. Right? What does that mean? I mean, Buckstallion, some people do actually believe that there are streamer boosted whitelisted servers and streamers are getting better drops, and you know, some people actually believe that. They live in this beautiful world where their reality is real. I still want to know if we could make an actual Blazing Scream build. I've seen last season one. The problem is that Blazing Scream doesn't, like, you can't get enough dominance upgraded to like properly use it. You could use it as a Wrath version, but the Wrath version is actually not that amazing, so the dominance version is actually better. So first Reaper down. Where's the Reaper? It's up here. Could you just go in the middle? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, that's a mythic now. Rob chat. That was the third chest, so 3 chests without a mythic. Chest number 4. 1 mythic. Let's go. And it is the wrong one. Let's see what it gets. So it has maximum life, resource generation, and lightning resistance. Honestly, the lightning resistance ain't bad, so we might be able to use this for the one or the other build. So as exciting as this is right now, as sad as that is too, because it is kind of useless. We can keep this one to keep upgrading, so that's actually good. You do 29 chests, 0 mythics. Did you do it on Torment 10, at least? You don't have to do it on Torment 12, by the way. 10 is enough. Just as enough wine. Because you know that. No reason to do Torment 12, bad XP. And gold. I mean, even though bosses drop minimal gold is minimal gold. Ow. She nuked me out of my demon form. That's actually unfortunate, because now I have to wait a few seconds for max damage again. Okay, so one mythic, haha. I mean, we're also doing this for the Pandemonium fragments, so don't worry, Chad. Right? So this is a multi-purpose use visit. Because we need more than just one thing. We need multiple things. If I can get a good hand of the World Breaker, we actually need to keep that one as well. And if we get a good chest plate, we need to keep that one as well. I mean, I can farm the hands of the World Breaker anyways.
Back to it then.
Oh, I forget to clear out my charms. Grandfather Epic, I get to use my cooldown seal now. Well, I'm very happy to see that you finally get the Grandfather. Grandfather is still an absolute lovely item. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need the Flash Red Carapace, but we're going to keep it. That one has maximum life, which is, frankly spoken, useless. No, that's useless as well. Not a single mythic. So sad. I need Anathema of Primes. I mean, I'm still looking for a very good Anathema of Primes, so that would be something to go a long way. Yeah, this fight is going to take ages now. We need to build our pixel. 6,000 crit multiplier. That's actually a lie. I mean, the actual crit multiplier, just FYI. Just generally speaking, when you look at the stat window, the real crit multiplier you have to look at is the one at the bottom. So the additive bonus that you see, not the multiplicative bonus, because that's just like a nice big number, but it's not like it's not actual a 6,000 multiplier. One of the bigger scams. You get mythics to level 10. You used to be able to get mythics from level 35 onwards, or as soon as enemies are level 35. I'm not sure if that was changed with Lord of Hatred, but it used to be from level 35 onwards. Oh, another one, ladies and gentlemen! And it's a pants. That is Cabrax's Will. Wow. That's probably the most useless one I've ever received. It's like not even worth to keep for anything. Like generally not even like for... But what if it could become good at one? No. Really not. Not ever. Really? Not ever. There's like never ever a single scenario where you're going to be like, yeah, that's actually useful now. Crazy, right? So 2 mythics and not one good one. What are we supposed to do with that information now, Chan? I mean, don't worry, we're also getting the actual Pandemonium fragments, so that's a good thing. Because then with Pandemonium fragments, we can just roll. And since we only need 4 Pandemonium fragments to roll now, it's also better currently, so that's good. many keys do we have left? 14 keys. So we've spent 8 keys already. 8 key, 2 mythics. That's key number 9. Uh-huh. The every third a mythic is not working out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's actually keep the will, so we just have like a number of items like up, right? That's Soulbrand. No, Soulbrand needs to get destroyed. That's a Thousand Eye Reaver, needs to get destroyed as well. Cold skills, that's great. Fulcrum of Memphis, no. Flash of Abaddon, yes. It's a really good set bonus. Rarely get useful items. I mean, useful items are definitely overrated. You know how it is. Imagine actually getting something you need for your build. It's crazy. Get a mythical seal from Horde. I wish Hordes would feel good. I was like, Hordes is still like my favorite game mode by hard, but they're just sadly not useful anymore. I wish we had more game modes like Hordes. I mean, technically Hordes should be good to make money, right? But with Nightmare Dungeon escalations, I made so much money, it's like not even funny anymore. Uh-huh. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 mythics with 11 keys. That's sad. Damage over time multiplier. Wow. Wow. That's sad. Season started pain in general. It was definitely not one of their strongest season starts. But like which makes me like really excited for season 15 because we know like if you think about it now, so season 14 was weak. Right? That means they're in need of good PR now. They're really in need of good PR. So we know that season 15 has to be a banger. Right? I mean, they've been looking at their numbers. They've been looking at their stats. They were like, yep, season 14's the dud. We're going to kind of rescue it. And they did. Honestly, the last updates were good. They were strong. They were needed like a week ago. Regardless, they're strong, good updates. But that means that the next season has to be an absolute, like, it has to be such a super chef's kiss ultra banger, right? You gotta be like, oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ, this is the greatest season I've ever seen. That's what we're waiting for here right now. And no one tell me different. Okay, Scepter of the 3. In not a good roll. We actually, that's a mythic. Oh, it could be. Ladies and gentlemen, it is actually the Doombringer. Oh, godness. I thought like, hey, Chad, maybe we're getting the Anathema of Primes because if you actually look at the skin, it was looking a little bit similar to this one here. So I was like, maybe we're getting that one. But no, it is a Doombringer, the next useless item. Wow, 3 mythics. 3 useless mythics. I don't feel so well, Mr. Stark. It's bad. Oh god, no, Mr. Stark. I don't feel so well. Ah, the pain in my chest is intensifying. I do need the boots though from Warlock, so we could work on that one. Your Doombringer 3 greater affixes to be like 3 times Shin is still Shin. How much is the cost of your poison autobomber, Freedom? I mean, all my builds have been done on a 10 to 15 divine budget, not more. Now, I don't know where the prices are moving currently. I'm sorry, I just haven't checked them. But again, when I made the builds, 10 to 15 divine budget, because I don't have more to spend, right? I don't have much to spend on my builds. I need to make them cheap. Demonology. Okay, 1.964 billion chat. By the way, an interesting thing you can do in your boss tree, right? So all equipment that would drop from horde chests are converted to gold except for uniques and mythics. So usually there's a lot of legendaries that would actually drop, right? But I put them away because I just wanted to get more gold. It's not much, but now from like killing the Reaper 10 times, we've also made like 300 million so far. So it's not the biggest gold infusion you'll ever get, but if you're already going to do bosses and if you actually don't need any greater affix items here right now, right? If you don't need new boots or whatever, you might as well turn that into gold, because realistically, if I need more greater affix items, I'll just oboe gamble. Right? Because the chance that I get something that is actually better for my build from like bosses is like, the chance for that is slim to non-existent. Is there any world in which you would play Doombringer, by the way, chat? And is there any world in which I would say Doombringer is actually worth it? I mean, it has a lucky hit chance to deal damage, and the shadow damage is 61,000, right? So it's actually like a good damage value. It's not like a low damage value. Maybe on Necro you could play it. But I do honestly not see it. That was a lot of charms from this. We get ourselves a Spine of Tathamit with 4 ranks to Hell Fracture. Hell Fracture technically not being terrible. Cabrax's Will, terrible. We get the Hand of Apotheosis with Bombardment. Wow, that's useless. Like, useless times 10, which is crazy. How many keys? We had 6 more keys left, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Doombringer we used to do back in the days because Doombringer gave us a lot of HP, which was great for overpower builds. That was literally the use for Doombringer. That was the only use why Doombringer has ever existed. Hey, you could get more maximum HP that when you're using an overpower build that actually requires maximum HP, you would get like a huge damage boost. That's why you used it. Don't tell me different, because that would be a lie. Fan chance play Spiritborn. We're going to make a Spiritborn this week as well, Arlo. If you have questions, I might be able to answer them, but not 100%, because who knows what question you might have. Another ring enemies! Okay, this is a Spine of Tathamit, hopefully. Yes, okay, Spine of Tathamit with all damage, Hell Fracture, and weapon damage. Nice. So, we did do a Hell Fracture build last season, in case you missed it. That Hell Fracture build was a build that was going for the Abyss Hell Fracture, because look at the damage multiplier right now. I'm not even going for Abyss skills, but it's sitting actually at a nice value. Now, we might try out the Hell Fracture, right? So the Lava Hell Fracture, and we're then going to use the Lava Hell Fracture together with Moloch's Beating Flame. Because the basic idea is that you would take the Spine of Testament that says Hell Fracture deals increased damage, and every third is a triple fracture, which goes boom, right? So that's 156% damage cast. And then your Moloch's Beating Flame on top of the Hell Fracture gives you also a 180% damage multiplier. Whereas then your set, you could take the Fear of the Nameless set, where the Nameless set is then going to give you 200%, and you could actually play that with a 400% in total. Or we could go for the full Demon Form Hell Fracture spamming, and that should be nice, hopefully. But we'll have to see about how useful that will actually be. Now let's see, what ring did we get, please? Oh shit, I have a Lurid Pact already 2 times. That I hate that. I really hate that. This makes me super unhappy. This is the second Lurid Pact we've been getting, Chad. But the Spite of Tethamet is at least good, so that's gonna be nice. Okay, we get ourselves Cabraxis, Agrim's Schism, we get the Hunt of Apotheosis again, Lockrims. This is a bad Lockrim, so it can eat my ass. The helmet is terrible. It's a resource cost reduction. We might keep it. So we have 1. This is a critical strike damage multiplier. Scepter of the 3. That's not bad. We got a Hands of the World Breaker with damage over time multiplier. Well, that is bad. We got the Hellhound Sabatons and not the rest. I mean, quite some useful stuff, honestly, for just spamming her. I'm very content, to be honest. I have pretty good gear, same as most of the builds I see or better, but I don't do as much damage as them, and why is that? Arlo, that's simple because you're not abusing the bug. See, Arlo is the prime case why bugs are shit. So Arlo, Spiritborn has a bug for 600% bonus damage. Did you know that? If you don't know that, get fucked. And I mean that with all the love in my heart, right? Because you will never deal that much damage unless you know that there's a bug. But since you don't know there's a bug, get fucked again. But not the good kind of fucked, right? Not the bend over like a pretzel. It's the negative kind. So yeah, congratulations. You get had by the internet. So what is happening, Arlo? Let me explain. Every single Spiritborn is playing a rune combination that has the Zik rune in it. Okay, here, look at the top player. Could you please pop it open? Thank you. So this is the Zik rune, Concussive Stomp. Then we're going to go for Johnny Digital. Also, the Zik rune, Concussive Stomp. Why are they doing that? Because of the Zik rune is being triggered. Not if you use the skill, if you trigger it. Your Zik rune will give all your other skills 600% bonus damage. You simply have to take the upgrade in your skill tree for 500% bonus damage and for 100% bonus damage. And suddenly all your skills are doing 600% bonus damage. Just like that. You ever hear of Reign of Eris Rogue, King Krons? Yes, we made a build of that. I'm not sure which pit we actually cleared. I can't remember. But yeah, we did a Reign of Eris Rogue. It's insane, super fun, very easy to make. I mean, yeah, it's very easy to make. Gone. And you can juice it quite nicely with mythics. I mean, now we've been burning through 20 keys here, almost. So how many keys do we have left? We have 4 keys left, Chad. 4 keys, and we have not gotten a single mythic we wanted. But we still have the chance to roll. So after that, we're going to be trying to get our amulet. There's actually 3 mythics I'm aiming for. Lochran's Talisman. Maul Speeding Flame. And that's it. What are your thoughts on the AMD GPU? Which AMD GPU? I mean, I have AMD GPUs since the 6000 series. No, the 5000 series, and I'm not going back to NVIDIA ever. I'm not paying that price for an NVIDIA GPU. I'm sorry. Not for the problems and the performance you're getting. Sigil of Summons, interesting. Rain of Arrows with Melted Heart of Selig. I just don't see where that would be preferable over normal Rain of Arrows Rogue. I mean, Rogue is undying due to how the barrier works, more or less. So I'm just not sure why you would do the Selig. What it gives you, why you would need it. I mean, the Rogue does really not invest much in defense, just the bare minimum. And then your most defense is actually just freezing enemies. Right? I played Warlock last season, but it didn't look like this. Oh, there were Warlocks like this last season. I mean, this is a Hellfire stacking Warlock, and there have been many Hellfire stacking Warlocks. And we're actually going to show you all variants of Hellfire stacking Warlock that exist, because there is Hellfire stacking Warlocks with Tyranny's Grasp. There is Hellfire stacking Warlock with Blazing Scream. There is Hellfire stacking Warlock with Hellfire Chair. And then there's Hellfire stacking Warlock also with Sigil of Chaos. There are multiple versions, and all of them are... Oh, that is a helm. Oh, shit. The Nails of the Crown. It couldn't have been worse. Wow. So how many is that now? For how many keys so far? Two-handed axe. Well, at least if I wanted to play the... I mean, this thing is insane if I now wanted to play the... What's it called again? If you wanted to play the Lunatic build that most people are playing up here. They're going for the Lunatic here, right? And they're looking for all the greater affixes. But obviously you want to have that in Mythic for the maximum damage. Still a good version of the weapon, so I cannot say no to it. But yeah, that is an absolute useless helmet. It does like absolutely nothing. It does not do a single thing. Not even a single thing. It's just like straight up for the dumpster. Realm Walker, is the key amount fixed? No, Realm Walker is random, Gentero. Might or might not get it. I mean, I'm trying to go to every Realm Walker that pops up because Realm Walker is great. I mean, I think Realm Walker is like every 20 minutes or something, right?
That's it for that piece.
Okay, we started this morning with 300 million, guys. We're at 2 billion. I think we can be happy with our progress. We also did get a very high bunch of occult seals, occult charms already. So that's going to make my life easier. I can face tank a 135 boss. I mean, if it's working for you with a Melted Heart of Selig, I can totally see it. But getting like a good Melted Heart of Selig with proper rolls, I think it's probably going to be pain. If you play the 300 resource version, you probably are good to go anyways. But yes, it seems like more like a very enthusiast version than something easily replicable, right, King Crons? Okay, I got no more keys. That was actually it. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, 22 keys and 6 mythics. Is that now good or bad?
I'll be here, swinging away.
I'm going to clear this dumpster fire here a little bit out. Everything that doesn't have like a greater affix needs to leave. Only greater affix items welcome. And literally items that we have kept because why not? Is this a warlock build? I mean, this is a warlock build we've already done and completely figured out, but we're going to be making another warlock build. So this is pretty much like just one warlock build. Not the warlock build, okay? I wanted to take amulets. Do I have, like, where do I get a bunch of mythic amulets from? Unique amulets from? Warlock. 16 keys. We're going to kill some butchers. Yeah. Because I believe that things will drop that I want to drop. I help you push. I mean, if you want to push, I would go for Lunatic probably. But we're just making Apocalypse Warlock today, so you might want to wait and just actually see how well Apocalypse Warlock is still working when you actually make it the right way. The thing is, I wanted to get like my Maul Speeding Flame in Unique before I do the Apocalypse, so we'll have to see how well it works out if I don't get the in Mythic, if I don't get the Maul Speeding Flame in Mythic, so let's see. Give me amulets. I mean, if I get a good version of my amulet on the side by chance, why not? But if I don't get one, then that's just what it is. We're also looking for a Hellbrand Signet in a very good role. Because I'm planning a build with that one as well, just for boss killing. Good. Not a single amulet? Oh, robbery. I mean, currently the mythic farm is nice. Killing the Reaper and getting some random mythics is definitely cool. I can't complain. I mean, that was 22 keys, and I got like myself 6 mythics, and these 22 keys I farmed in the span of an hour. Right? So it was really simple to farm these 22 keys, and then on Tuesday, your Glints of Hope are also going to get you keys. So we're going to be bathing in keys, chat. It's going to be like absolutely illegal how many keys we're gonna have. Right? Taro, thank you for the 100 months of support. Savali, thank you for the brand new subscription as well. Taro, welcome back, partner. Very good to see you there. Arlo, I'm happy that it's working for you with the bug, patch, abuse, usefulness. Okay, so we need to keep these amulets here because right now we are going to try to make a Maul Speeding Flame in Mythic. We got 49 Pandemonium fragments from killing the Reaper. The problem is it's a terrible Maul Speeding Flame. So right now mine has like crit damage multiplier, hellfire skills, and that kind of stuff. This one has the least hellfire skills. It's nice and it has a physical damage multiplier, and then it has armor. But that armor is actually useless. But at least, hey, we got Maul of Speeding Flames, so I should be happy with that. What I should think about is now if we should do two-handed weapons until I get a Scepter of the 3. Because getting a Scepter of the 3 in Mythic would go a really long way. You know? Because that thingy is quite nasty, multiplier-wise. So we get the Ball Speeding Flame. That makes me happy for now. We're gonna keep the Footfalls of the Waning World, actually. Dirge of Odium needs to stay. No, that Tethmet can go away because we get a better one. Two-handed. Yeah, I'm just gonna two-handed weapons, upgrade to Mythic. That's a Dirge of Odium. It's an okay Dirge of Odium. Let's actually keep that. Okay, 200 weapons. Who drops 200 weapons? D4, Diablo filters. Ooh, 200 weapons for the Warlock. I need 200 uniques. Who's dropping them? Because 100 weapons go into 100 things, 200 weapons go into 200 things, and Dariel drops 200 things. Is not one of the lower dudes? Like, why isn't, like, Varshan or Gregoire dropping two-handed? Well, then we're gonna have to kill Dario. Is it but you're currently playing the Hellfire one you have on your guide? Yes, Grego, but we're gonna make a... we're working on a different Warlock right now. But we were putting the pieces together. So I already got my Maul Speeding Flame, which actually makes this build stronger as well. Why do you not play Night Rain? I'd love to watch it. Well, Captain Rivers, as much as you would like to watch it, there is not a lot of interest in general in the internet for Elden Ring Night Rain. So I could play Night Rain, obviously. Don't get me wrong. But then I could also quit being a full-time content creator. Because in all reality, you couldn't sustain yourself doing Night Rain content. At all. Not because it's a bad game, just because, well, there's not enough interest. So that's your short, long, short, short, long answer. Two-handed swords, two-handed maces. Two-handed swords, two-handed maces, good. Have you gotten, like, your favorite mythics easier now, Chad? By the way, like, with the upgrade to mythics, since we can now spam craft, more or less. Okay, I could get an Anathema of Primes, which also would be great. That's a second Dirge of Odium with 6 to basic skills. That's actually strong. That's an Anathema of Primes that I don't need. And it's actually a terrible Anathema of Primes. That's another Dirge of Odium. That's another Dirge of Odium. That's an Anathema of Primes with a Shadow Damage Multiplier, which is actually like a real kick in the face because it's completely useless with Shadow Damage Multiplier. I'm willing to open my Glints of Hope soon, chat, just so I can get myself, the, what is it called again? The... more Pandemonium fragments. Let me turn a lot of things around. Doo-doo. Yeah, fragments. I mean, I want more keys, Everin, so it's kind of like useless to open the Glens of Hope, but on the other hand, it would just make my life easier. And if I want one thing, that's my life to be easier. Okay, we have Anathema of Primes, upgrade 2 Mythic. Anathema of Primes, upgrade 2 Mythics. What are we trying to get? Oh, we're trying to get a Scepter of the 3 in Mythic. Okay, that's with max life and core skills. That's actually really nice for this build here right now. Because realistically, as you can see, I'm playing an Anathema of Primes here. But I'm also playing Aspect that gives me 150% bonus damage. So if I now take this one with the 4 ranks to core skills, and I actually do slam the damage over time multiplier into willpower, because actually willpower is better, then I instantly have a better weapon than I have here right now. So this Anathema of Primes actually does boost this build, because now I can then kick out the Anathema of Primes, and I could, for example, play our Respin Dirk, or I could just play a Flashword Carapace, for example, which also does work really well for the Sigil of Chaos as like a factual super damage booster. Let's see. Another Anathema of Primes, and another Dirge of Odium. And then, sadly, no Scepter of the 3. I really don't need all these Anathema of Primes now. I mean, can I play this build here without having the Scepter of the 3 in Mythic? Yes. However, would I like to have the Scepter in Mythic? Yes. The biggest problem here is right now that we have like 3 different builds that we're trying to get items for. So you can imagine that that's a bit complicated to live up to all the items.
Step up to my exit for that piece. Back to it then.
Thorns and willpower, cooldown on life on hit, nothing interesting. Morlus Flash Ward, also not interesting. Hands of Apotheosis, no, nothing. Thorns, maximum. Okay, so we can take another one here. So that's like one more. Oh, another Dirge of Odium. You scammers. I don't have runes to roll at the Jewel Crafter. Could be enough attempts. Yeah, no. I haven't had enough runes since forever. I mean, I have runes spread around all the characters. But for example, for 2-handed weapons, you need Igni, 3, and then Zan and Tab. So I don't think I have like all these Ignis around all these characters, right? That's not going to happen. I mean, we got Mola Speeding Flame already, so that's a good one. And this is better than what I have. Problem is mine has obviously maximum life, which is good. So I will have to reroll on this one the physical damage multiplier, because that one is completely useless. No matter what build I go for, it will always be useless. Where the armor is at least something useful. So you would go for maximum life or critical strike damage if we could get it. Well, preferable, obviously, a critical strike damage multiplier would be great. Thank you. Then masterwork it up. Okay, could you at least go for the critical strike damage multiplier? Thank you. Offensive temper for now. I'm too lazy to temper that further, chat. I will admit. I'm just gonna be happy that I got that.
Good luck. Stones to cut, gems to set.
Smallest beating flame. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Legion event? You mean the Realm Walker? Yabba dabba doo. I'm moving. Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. I mean, that Maul's Beating Flame is instantly like a big damage booster because we have 6 Hellfire skills. It's 93% instead of 30%. 39% instead of 30%. So it's 9% more damage per skill. And that's 6 times 9. Useful. Right? So instantly the build that has already been doing damage does just more damage. Now, the only problem we're facing is that we currently don't have vulnerable. Look, Chad, he's a whirlwind barb, and he's even whirlwinding without the whirlwind. We need to upgrade that Anathema of Primes as well. And then decide what skill I want to play. A shout out for Mike for telling us here, ladies and gentlemen. Into the fray. Okay, we're gonna put all the pieces together in a bit. I mean, first we need to get our Fleshroot Carapace as well. And the Hand of the Willbreaker. So I think we're gonna pick like these two up really quickly. And then we're gonna go for the first version of the build with what we have. Okay, chat? Well, the good thing is that Maul's Beating Flame is just shared between all of them. Right? That's just always good. How many keys was that now? 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Get ourselves 2 keys. Doors keys. Well, I'd say let's instantly waste them because it's also more Pandemonium fragments, and we could obviously get ourselves our thingy. Now, you know what the crazy part is? That getting the 2-handed weapons, right? Is a like I have I think four different things that I can roll 2-handed weapon wise. So I could roll a grandfather, right? I could roll the Dirge of Odium. Oh, we are killing her in Torment 10. Let's kill her in Torment 12. I know there's no difference, but let's believe superstition. What are we saying? So, what does I want to say? Dirge of Odium. Yeah, we get the Dirge of Odium and the Anathema of Primes now, X times, right, without even seeing a single Scepter of the 3. And I can, like, pretty much just only get 4 weapons. How's that a thing, right? How many have we rolled? Like, we've rolled 10 plus, right, up to Mythics, and we didn't manage to get the single time the thing that we actually want. Disappointing, if I might say so. So how much higher will the damage feel due to having the better Maul's Beating Flame? Probably not at all, because we're playing against her and she's just annoying. Mr. Zano, good to see you there. Thank you for your subscription and support. Pleasure. Vincent, pleasure to you too. Hope you're doing good. Happy Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. If you're all enjoying your weekend, don't have to work. Reaper, we hate you. Funny how much faster my Necro would kill the Reaper. But that's also because the Necro is really, really good at boss killing. Down with her. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone strap in. Two-handed sword again. At least it was the grandfather, Chad. But a terrible grandfather. Nonetheless, there are builds I can use this for. Funny, how can you say you're a terrible grandfather? I mean, it's very simple. It's a terrible grandfather. What do you want me to say? Yay! I'm so happy. Bad is bad. Yeah, physical and resource. I can use it, Antonius, for... I mean, there are builds I can use this for. Agrim's Chisholm. And Razor Blade, wow. I mean, that could have also been the Flashword Carapace, which we actually do require. I guess it is what it is. Okay, Scepter of the Three, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means, correct? We're going to now take the Scepter of the Three, and we're going to upgrade it to Mythic, and it's going to be a Scepter of the Three. Surely. No. It's going to be another Dirge of Odium. Because why would it ever be? Okay, so that means we got to now go and kill some Grigoires, the Galvanic Saints. Finally, chat. We haven't been in a while. Because Grigoire is having my gloves that we need. Can Razor Blade be made into a charm? Yes, I've had a Razor Blade charm. Warlock or Paladin for solo self-found start. Warlock. Warlock is really strong. Easy to level, easy to equip. Very powerful. I mean, generally, I start the season always with Necro because Necro is like the no-brainer way to get strong. Right? Look at the difference between that stupid Reaper and Grigoire. And he's sitting here in his tiny arena where we can just bounce things off the walls. Okay, we're looking for gloves. Oh, I forget to destroy charms. We forgot to destroy charms. Give me a second. A Necrominion build do tier 12. I might make... Yes, Necrominion build can do tier 12. I mean, we've already played the Necrominion. It cannot only do tier 12, it does tier 12 absolutely sovereign. And later, when you're playing, you hit a wall at some point with Necro. But that doesn't change the fact that it's an absolute beast for the time being. Necro has always been a Torment 12 dominator. Now, it will petter out, obviously, in the pit at some point, right? But for Torment 12, Necro is insane. Can you do Mephisto on Torment 12 on your build? Which build? This one? This Warlock that we're doing? Yes, absolutely. Build is our ramping build, so it gets stronger over time. When you fight like Mephisto, you pretty much start like at your weakest at the beginning, and then you just go like... Did I just get an amulet with 3 greater affixes, and that's like completely useless for me? Yep, I did. I don't want to be salty about that, but that's like just very, very unfortunate. Could I use the Seed of Horizon for this build? Technically, because my skill is a demonology skill. But it doesn't compare to the amulet. We're probably going to keep this for the hard times. Okay, World Breaker. I mean, right now I'm trying to get like a World Breaker that's decent. Well, what does World Breaker have for standard stats? Attack speed, always. So we just have to hope that we don't have one stat useless on it. Shouldn't be too hard, but turns out it's surprisingly difficult. I cannot do tier 12 Mephisto on my Rain of Arrows. I can't get to all the stagger fast enough. You could just kill him without the stagger version, Averin. You could play the isolated enemy bonus damage dagger version. The Respite and Dirk version. Where you use the Respite and Dirk to pretty much do more damage against isolated enemies. Close with the greater affix. Well, that's at least something I'd like to see. It's the wrong gloves with the greater affix. That's great. That's great, chat. How about we're getting the wrong gloves with a greater affix? Absolutely fantastic. Isn't that lovely? Yes, that isn't. Okay, another glove. This time the right glove. Ladies and gentlemen. This time, the right glovey. Okay, what do we got? We got fire damage multiplier. You know what? That's not bad. As we're going to be doing fire damage. Take the glovey, reroll the resource cost reduction over to vulnerable damage or crit damage, whatever you feel like, right? I'm just going to take the vulnerable for now. And we're going to temper critical strike damage on it. Could probably temper fire damage on it, but you know how it is. Crit damage, temper, or bust. I'm gonna masterwork it. For now, for the fire damage multiplier, we need to quickly save this and equip our gloves. So that's Hand of the World Breaker. Then we get the Flashword Carapace here. Sadly, not as a better version is what it could be. So we're going to take here the Tortured Wretch and re-roll that into resistance to all elements. Wow, that was a killer roll. It's not even a question. This is next level super banger wanger. Temper maximum life. Okay, and then masterwork. So why temper? Then masterwork. Simple, because like this, we are getting the greater affix on the tempered maximum life, which is actually higher than the maximum life on the item. If you then would hit the tempered maximum life, right? Thank you.
Like the eyes of Legenda herself.
No, unique power reroll. We want at least this to like somewhere close to 400 or 400. I mean, we at least want this somewhere close to, like, you know, like close, like exactly 400. Exactly 400. Do I not have a Godslayer crown? Because for some reason I was so lucky. I don't know if that is lucky to get a Godslayer crown. Right? I mean, do I even want to play that, or do I rather want to play a Harlequin Crest? That's the big question, right? My Godslayer Crown would pull things together. A Harlequin Crest gives me 6 ranks on everything. But we're going to lose an aspect, right? I have to see if that's worth it, if we can work with that. Definitely have to reroll one stat. At least we have enough scrolls to reroll things, right? Yes, one day we will hit the bonus line. Thank you. Get on the max line. Thank you. Get a Harlequin Crest, John. We would have never played a Harlequin Crest before, right? So that doesn't make sense. We have our rings that are actually good rings, and I could technically keep the ring of this one. So since I didn't get the... We get our charms. So I get one for cold skills. Get one for cold skills. As the demonology, I mean. Hellfire, cold. I get one for... But that's the Phoba. So we get the Phoba twice. That's a lucky chance to stun. That's always good. Okay, so we get 2 for cold. Technically, we have 1 for Hellfire. Hellfire is also good because Hellfire just works for the ulti. Right, so Hellfire, cold... Technically work. Why are we using the Seal of the Diamond Mine? Because it was just the best. But since we have Rite of the Nameless, we actually have 18% more damage plus 9% of cold skill damage, right? So that's technically better. That means we need the last set bonus. So we need to get this one and just re-roll it until we're getting a fur. With core skills. Then that Anathema of Crimes is going to be the Odium Dirge. No, Dirge 3, right? And what is it called again? The Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo Scepter. I was pretty sure I had this as a charm. But it seems like I don't actually have it as a charm. Do I not have you as a charm? I was like 10 out of 10 sure I would have that as a charm. Huh, seems like I don't. That's a bit of an upsetty spaghetti. No, not the Anathema of the Preem. I mean the Scepter of the Three. I would usually play it as a... thingy, but I don't have it. Okay, we get that. We get this. We need a better pair of pens, that's for sure. Unless we wanted to play Temerity, which we could actually do. So instead of like healing, we could just make, instead of damage reduction, we could just make barrier. Oh, we need to get the accursed touch on this one. I don't know if we have enough tuning prisms for this. Like, we have 31 tuning prisms, but the last time I tried to transfigure a cursed touch on an item, you don't want to know how long that took me. It was really bitter. So cursed touch is like the easiest way to get vulnerable in any way, right? So for any warlock build, just put a cursed touch on. But usually it takes so many rolls. So bad. I mean, this is now Undying aspect, which would be great if we could have boots. No, I want a first touch. Oh, they're going to force me to play... They're going to force me to play Dungeons, Chan. To get more of these tuning prisons. Oh god, give me a cursed touch, please. It was already so upsetting this morning. So upsetting this morning. Give me a cursed touch. It's such a damage difference. Please, sir. Have a bit of mercy. Ain't nobody got time for that, chat. No accursed touch. Well, then we'll have to farm that resource. Oh, it's bitter. That's bitter. Do I have a pair of pens? I'd actually need a pair of pens that I can use for this build here. Impairment, Command Fallen, Maximum Life. We got Intelligence. Bunch of like low roll B pens. Random pans. Let's chaotic reroll a core skill into physical resistance. Chaotic reroll a core skill into potion capacity. Don't worry, I'm just randomly rerolling stuff to see what happens. You know, sometimes you just gotta randomly throw away things and just see if you like it or not. Life on kill is a defensive one, I think. See if we can ruin this pair of pants. Impairment reduction should be a... Well, it's basic skill now. This one is just rolling into random things. Okay, instead of just rolling around, let's get pants. Let's make it simple and just get a pair of pants that has what we're looking for. What it actually does Transfigure do with that resource, it rerolls a second aspect on your amulet. And that second aspect can only be utility aspects. So you cannot get anything but utility aspects. It is, though, rather worth it to actually do that. Dodge chance. Full resistance.
You know where to find me. That's it for that piece.
Care for a game of chance?
We could actually break down the 2 Model Speeding Flame. Not sure why I still have them in here. Pants, 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 banana phone, pants, 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 pants. I'm literally just looking like for pants that have like the easiest thing on them, like nothing special going on, right? And games like, nope, not happening. But okay, we get maximum life, then we're going to add another resistance. Then we're going to remove resistance. Then we're going to add resistance. Then we're going to remove resistance. Then we're going to add resistance and remove resistance. What are we trying to remove? Well, the other resistance that's not resistance to all elements. Then we're going to chaotic. Then we're going to remove the potion capacity. We're going to add another defensive one that is shadow resistance. That's fine. And we're going to add a core staff. We're going to focus reroll until we hit something that is at least a bit higher. And then we're going to resistance reroll into armor. Ta-da! And that's how you make a good pair of pants. Then we're going to temper for the defense. Okay, I'm happy we farmed the money in the beginning. I mean, look at that, 2.2 billion, chat. Again, we started the morning with 300 million, but I wanted to have like all the money to actually play. So this is the first time this season I've actually like done some hardcore farming, so we could actually do some more builds. But as I said, this week we're gonna have like 10 different builds this week. So it's like a lot of experimentation, a lot of fucking around, a lot of finding out. For example, we want to do like a Hellfire build that last season was already very fun, but never really super popped off. So it's going to be intriguing to make that pop off. And since a lot of these builds also share items, it should be relatively easy to pull them through, because you could understand that, like, right, the pans are probably being made like for 4 different builds at the end of the day. Q escalation dungeons roll into level 3, a material portal. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, QEasy. We're gonna probably roll a material portal, escalation 3, and then farm that. Nice, too much money. Escalation dungeon spam. Okay, so first and foremost, what do we want to do now? We got all of this, so let's redo our skill tree. So it's a Hellfire Warlock build, right? Might keep our Command Fallen active. Pull all the points out. Put them all into Umbro chains. Fire chains. Have the chains refund. And have the chains fly faster and slow. Then we're going to have our thingy here. But we also do need Nether Step, if we then want to play the Nether Step version. We need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of that. Out. Then we're going to play Sigil of Shaboinky Boink with the Volatility, the Empowered, and the Aura, because you want it around you. Okay. Then you're going to play the Sigil of Subversion in the Lava version with long range and movement speed, plus the Sigil of Summoning into the big summon. And instead of demon form, we're going to get Apocalypse. And we're sitting at 40 ranks, which is nice. Apocalypse goes for the double damage bonus, and Apocalypse does the hit twice with the stacks. And we need to still know where we want to put the rest of the stats. Like, technically, you could put the into Sigil of Chaos, but realistically, you're either going to boost the Command Fallen. I mean, you could play the Bombardment into Endless Barrage, because the Bombardment into Endless Barrage is actually really, really good for the Sigil of Chaos and the stacking, but you know what? We're going to actually try this version here so I can fuck around and find out. And technically, we would want to play the Nether Step boots. The problem is, in order to play the Nether Step boots, you need to have like really good items. So you get the damage reduction from the Nether Step and you get like the movement speed, right? And then you would require having the Nether Step boots. Dub, you need to make a Pell work at the research facility or nothing is happening. That you need to force a Pell. Like, put a gun to his face and be like, work there. Oh, shit. Okay, command fallen. That one comes on the right click. The sigil comes in here. Rampage comes out. That one comes in. Prit rune. Oh, and we need Veloch. Yes. So Soul Shards is Ritualist Shard in the middle here. Cold Hellfire skills are always empowered and consume 4% of your maximum life. Volatility can now stack up to 3 times, increasing your damage and power skills by 10 on your life. They consume by 1. Command Veloch also softens life fortify 8% max life and to pay 100% life cost. So as long as we have the Command Veloch skill running, we should be able to offset that life thingy. Technically. Just see how that feels right now without changing any aspects. Get your dude out. I mean, it still does like easy billions here. As you can see, it's like a trillion hit. Right, Chad? So without changing like any things, we just get like the trillion hits. Not the 100 of trillion hits, but we're there. Now 3 trillion. Okay. It's working so far. Now let's change some aspects. So we need the... We need 2 gemsies. Brown sapphires. Whatever they cost so much, right? Then we want the Queer rune. Together with Igni. I mean, you can technically now consider playing the boots. So you could play the boots here with maximum evade charges. Okay, they say your evade is now another step and your evade cooldown is reduced by 1 second as you lose or consume Shadow Form stacks. And the plan would be that you're pretty much using this one now. As your source of damage reduction. A bit questionable, but the basic idea is that since it sends you into the nether realm, right? So we're gonna go here, summon that, wait for all our evade stacks to be there, right? Could be obviously here, evade stacks, everything running, right? Your billions of damage. Now I can evade, but that is now damage reduction for the time being. So we have 4 overpower stacks. Any given point. I wonder. So I want rings with maximum. Actually, I can like keep this ring because it has attack speed and it works like really good for what we're doing. So both of these rings can actually stay for the build, which is intriguing, right? I wouldn't have thought. So I hate that I have to redo the rings, but I can do it. The weapon has to change because the weapon is for demonology skills. So I need a new weapon. Two-handed weapon, preferable with damage multiplier. Weapon. What do we have? Physical damage. We got all damage. We got weapon damage. We got weapon damage and intelligence. We got weapon damage. Maximum life. Or weapon damage. I guess we might as well work with weapon damage. If I already have to, right? Weapon damage. Then we're going to add an offensive one. An all damage multiplier. Into willpower. Into damage over time. I already hate that one. I don't want to craft with that anymore. Let me take one that's simpler in my mind. I mean, this is a crit damage multiplier. We can reroll the core stat. Into a high willpower one. We can remove the life on hit. We can focus reroll the life on hit into maximum life. And we can reroll the shadow damage multiplier into weapon damage. I'd say that was a wholesale success, Chan. I mean, for like very cheap, right? I mean, I like to have like a higher weapon damage roll, but I guess for rather cheap, we could make a good weapon. Then we can masterwork it already. And get the crit up. The question now is just, what would we play for a kind of... As I said, for relatively cheap, because we've been hitting that crit damage multiplier in no time and not the willpower and the maximum life 20 times over and over and over again. Thank you. God. Critical strike chance. Thank you for giving me that critical strike chance easy. So the question rather is, what kind of...
Beautiful, no?
Ruby, 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 rubies! Oh, what kind of aspect would we play? Master the weapon damage? Nope. Crit in this case better. We have a cold. What do we have for a cold? So we get the aspect of heresy. That would be each different occult skill you cast increases all your damage dealt by 28%. That would count for your Apocalypse is occult, Sigil is occult, the Command Valoch is occult, Dark Prison is occult, and it would also count for your Umbral Chains. So technically you would have 5 skills times 28%, leaving you to 140 with a 6 skill, 168%. But you also have Overpower, which says Cremators, right? While you have 4 or more Overpower, your fire skills deal increased damage, and you get Overwhelming. Each hit against elite enemies deals 240%, but requires and consumes 4 stacks of Overpower. No stacks consumed if the enemy's hexed. But that's only against elites. So I wonder if Heresy would not be better. Because technically with Heresy, right? We're going to try out Heresy to see where that goes. Then we're going to have to take the... And we can use Crushing while Fortified. We do more damage. We're always Fortified. And we can do the Hex. Gives us here more crit. Yeah. That would bring us nicely up. Now we only need another combination of... Sir... See? And now we're going to go for... Let me just do pit 100 just for the vibes. It's the best way to apply Hex with occult skills. Like like basically the build is still the same in terms of what it does, right? Yeah, I have I need a better rolled version of the boots. Right, because my boots are... The only problem you got is general movement, because my only movement is here this. Right? You're actually walking around in dungeons. Can't select Penitent level. Have you followed your seasonal rank, my friend? It's basically working. I'm not happy yet with the damage output, right? Problem is that a lot of my cooldowns are down to actually killing enemies. So if I'm not killing enemies, right, then we're not getting the good cooldown. But wait, did the visual clarity become better of Apocalypse, or did it just seem to me like that? Ah, very very good, Chad. So it works, right? It works very nice. We're great. Now let's see if we want to change one of our sigils, because that's a good question. Since we're not actually playing one that is related to... So we got here, we got currently Eliminator. That is for Demonology skills. We are not using Demonology skills. We got Demonologist, which also doesn't work. We got Hellforge. That one does work, obviously, right? We got Ichor Carapace. Ichor Carapace also doesn't work. Then we got Wrath. Wrath does work. So Wrath can stay. Hellforge can stay. But we would have to maybe swap in Death Aura. We have Unbound. We got Vanguard. That's for Demon Form. So none, like, we have pretty much 3 that absolutely do nothing for us. We probably need Empowered because that is more damage per overpower stack. And yeah. The good thing is that leveling runes up is so easy right now, correct? It's just like no time. So you get like, if you need them 100, no problem. I'll just get them 100. By the way, tell me when the event is happening again with the, what is it called again? When our dude here is happening in 5 minutes. I have a question. As a new player in Diablo, what is the best way to get gold fast? You go into Nightmare Dungeon escalations. We have a full video breakdown for that, my friend. That tells you how to farm everything. Like, it's literally like the best farm routes, all that kind of stuff. Honestly, build fields in this version really good. I mean, if you liked Apocalypse last season, right? And this might be an option for you. And it's not the final version even. But this is like just the scratch on the surface, as we're missing the actual items to make this great. We're still like one-hitting everything. I know it's only a pit 105, not the point, chat. Right? We're also don't have all the glyphs active. More about the fun that we're having here right now. I mean, I farmed also lair bosses today, and my lair bosses are currently turning all the excess legendary items into gold, and that gave me a nice infusion of gold as well. So what do you say, Chan? Is it like, do we get the apocalypse back? I mean, obviously we need to put a few more ranks into this, so it like really feels like it's back. The main difference with this one currently is that you're using your, like, we're not going for much damage reduction, and our biggest damage reduction is actually the dashing, because this one gives us damage reduction whenever we dash, right? And a significant amount of that, actually. Kind of like worth it. So whenever we do this, damage reduction. The problem is that I don't even see like what the high score is that we're partially dealing here in trillions, right? Because there's so much in damage happening. Oh, here, there was 15 trillion instantly. I feel like they made the whole explosion of Apocalypse smoother. I don't know how to explain this, but last season Apocalypse felt like sometimes you were using it and it felt kind of delayed. Does that make sense to any one of you? Like, you were pressing the button, but sometimes it wasn't working, sometimes it's not working. And like, then you felt like it's not doing any damage, and sometimes it just felt like a dud, right? Essentially like a dud, like you're just shooting like blanks. And I gotta say, that feels different right now. It actually feels like we are consistently hitting, and it's always triggering. I don't know how to explain this for it to make sense to you, but it does feel better. Okay, do we need to change a board? Okay, so we got, yeah, we missed the occult skill board. That we could go for. I'm actually happy with the Dominion, because Dominion makes it that we're not summoning any demons, so I can't really do that. Wait, I wonder if this one is 35 Wrath. If I summon Veloch. Not working. Need to get this board out. This board is doing nothing for us right now. Because we need to summon like a demon for that. Good thing is that I can pretty much one-to-one keep the board from the other build. So all the others can stay because all the others are fantastic. They just work, right? It's like here, damaging enemies with demonology. Actually, demonic specules does work because the command fallen does count. Yep. So in any case here, this says your cold skills deal increased damage while you have overpower, and we always have overpower, so it's kind of like worth it. The only part is, what is it for a board? Main stat on this board is willpower. Problem is that it's like a really shitty board when you look at it. Yeah, I definitely need to do things different here. In terms of how we're pacing through this. Empowered needs willpower. Yeah, we need to change the boards later on, but it's fine. Like I can at least take it for now, but we'll have to do like different pathing so I can go better through that board. Or can you go for the first spot, hold delete? No. You can put in chunks with a click, but you can't delete chunks with a click. Okay, we got this one up. Shit, I'm gonna miss the Realm Walker. I'm gonna miss it. Chat. Oh no. Run. It wasn't working perfectly all the time. Exactly. Apocalypse is a slow-moving projectile. It has travel time, depends on the distance on the target. Yeah, but it was feeling really weird, Melon. Last season, like the amount of weird it was feeling, I have no words to describe that. Like sometimes you click the button and just nothing happened for a couple of seconds, and then it felt like your cast was a dud, and then it happened again, and then your cast felt not like a dud anymore, and then you finally felt like you were actually casting. Oh, nice. I can go into the Death Toll Chamber of Fire. Like right now, maybe it's just me, but it felt like super crisp, right? Everything just like as if any delay was taken out of the skill. I mean, just look at the quick and dirty destruction. Feels just good. Oh, a 200 sword ancestral? Another one? I mean, that's a killer drop. Just sadly, I don't need it. You know? Okay, let's do a 110. We're moving slowly forward. So the biggest problem right now is that we're actually missing our charm. Because our charm is another 100% damage multiplier. It's actually cool because who doesn't want to have a 100% damage multiplier, right? Okay, yeah, we need to actually use our boots, or we don't have enough damage reduction. Because our boots are a huge chunk of damage reduction, right? only travel time. Need to get used to not over spamming my movement speed ability, like only when I actually need it. Something to get used to. I cannot say I'm hating it, Chad. Right? There's a 12 trillion hit already. I mean, literally, we just threw the things together. We don't have like godly rolled versions of this. And it's just feeling good. You know? I mean, there's something to be said about just playing Apocalypse. Yes, the whole screen is cluttered. Yes, it is annoying. Yes, it's like, yeah. But there's still the fun of just pressing the button and just watching the whole screen go kabloomy. You know, it's just like kabloomy, kabloomy. It just doesn't get old. I mean, this has been like 2-minute clears roughly for the dungeons when I don't lose my thingy. The fire cage is also giving damage reduction. We're using a different one. Yeah, should be. I mean, it gives us fortify, and fortify is damage reduction because fortify, you know? Oh, instant nuke, 30 trillion damage shot. Let's go. I mean, I knew it's only a Pit 110 boss, but still, one hitting a Pit 110 boss is just never not going to be boring. Right? Nuked. Let's get the other skill upgraded. So now we're going to lose the second one. So this is Demonologist. Obviously does nothing for us. So that's going to get Entropy now. Entropy's an intelligence scaler. Interesting. That means if it's an intelligence scaler, that we have to go into the board different. Right? Probably do like, yeah, I definitely need to rethink like the whole way how I've done boards. Like no questions asked about that. Okay, I think we got almost all three in. Let's see. We only need to get rid of Eliminator now. Okay, Chad? Should we do a 115? So 115 would already like, if a build can do 120, then we're fire, right? So activate all your cold skills. Why we're doing this, chat? Because if we activate all the cold skills, like you see this 6 here, that 6 is 6 times 28% more damage. Now do the math. How much is 6 times 28? Two or three, exactly. And that's like from our weapon, the main damage multiplier. Now again, you could play the overpowered damage to enemies, like to elites, right? But the overpowered damage to like the bonus 240% bonus damage versus elites would only work if it's then elites. But if it's not elites, then it doesn't work. 11 trillion. Okay, double-digit trillions is kind of like happy times. Especially with the ease we get this. 168%, am I wrong? Exactly, Chopper. It's like an insane bonus just for like actually using occult skills. And the fun part is, where's the 6th occult skill coming from, guys? Because I don't have 6 occult skills on my skill bar. The 6th occult skill is coming from using the dashing and getting your teleport like that, right? That's your 6th occult skill. Dude, that was the perfect entering of this. Okay, I'll definitely die on this hill, but they did something to make this smoother, Chad. I don't know what it is. I cannot put my finger on it, but it just feels so much better. If it's animation clunk, if it's I don't know what, but I've played Apocalypse last season, and there was definitely like there were some things that just didn't feel good. They didn't feel round with it. I'm sorry if I'm gushing about that, but it's just what it is. In 3 minutes, hit 115. See how the boss is going. Always like kind of determines how this is going to feel down the line. Oh, look at that. First one, chat, took his life. Second one took his wife. The third one is going to take his pants. Here we go. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Okay, we need to level up the... What was it? Headhunter? I mean, I could do Headhunter instead of Eliminator and just be done with it. Would be only damage to elites, though. But at least it wouldn't, like, cost me much to replace that, right? So we get it here, and then it would be Headhunter for Eliminator. So that's at least all glyphs active that do something now for the build. Okay, cool. Now we need to get the 3 scepter. What was it called again? For Mandariel. Let's do Mandariel on T10 just to make it, like, smoother. Then we're going to have to redo the Paragons. See what I can do better. Torment 10 because I'm lazy. And Dariel Doodoo. Okay, we need a ancestral version of it so we can turn it. 1 dash haha. And the charm we're playing right now is technically not bad. Because the charm we're playing right now is the Anathema of Primes. And if I hit enemies with core skills, they take more damage, right? But the problem is, I think it's only Demonology core skills, right? Yeah. Now, hitting enemies with core skills. Increase the skill by 60%, right? So technically, my sigil is not a complete dud. At least doing something. Boop. Boop. Done. I don't like that this really hits just for trillions. It has a trillion base damage, guys. Look at this. Apocalypse has a trillion base damage. I mean, say about that what you want, but that's kind of nice. Two-handed mace ancestral. Thank you very much. So I want it. Obviously, the Maze and Mythic would be the optimal damage scaler, chat. But I sadly don't have the Maze and Mythic, right? Minion Necro build, there's a new one coming, my friend. Minion Necro, just FYI. But you're pre-warned. Okay, and this one. So what makes the Scepter 3 so much better than the other one? I mean, first and foremost, it's actually working, but it also says you can now equip all base ultimate skills and gain 15 ranks in them. Right? So currently we're sitting at 36 ranks, so plus 21. And I'm going to put on my Scepter of the Threeb, so we're sitting now at 51 ranks. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. See, now we're double-digit trillion every hit right away. Right, I mean, compare this to just a second ago, how much of a difference that made. We're sitting at how much base? 5 trillion base damage, Chad. Okay, so our ulti is just having like the trillions base. Oh, I hit a wall. I hit a wall, and I didn't want to. Well, this is pretty evil Knievel, I'm gonna say. I speak clear, I mean, we just put it together, sir. Definitely over 120. Can easily see that already. I mean, I can cover the whole screen with a hit that does like double-digit trillions. And that regularly, not sometime. I mean, we now obviously have to get our glyphs up to 100, right? Chat, why does it show a death marker of mine here? I've never been to this place. There's the boss. Let's see how that feels. One hit, haha. Two hit, haha. That's 16 trillion. That's the highest we've seen so far. Nice. Whew. Is it possible to make a build that's good with Codex and Paragon only? Yeah, but you're not going to get over Torment 10. So yes, there is. But you're not going to get over Torment 10. If you're even getting to Torment 10. Right? Absolute devastation. Okay, so this is the first of many builds this week, Chad. And we're also, like, generally speaking, just as an FYI, so we made this build now, but we're not done with this build because since on Tuesday, our Glints of Hopes are finally going to give us, they're finally going to give us, what is it called again? Keys, superior keys, and then we're able to farm like every single item that we need in Mythic, and that's just going to be amazing, right? Is there a max level for glyphs? Yes, 150. The difference between 150 glyph and 120 glyph is I think 20%. So all your glyphs in level 50 are a grand total increase of 50% more damage. So it's not that much. If you get your glyphs all the way to 120, for example, more than enough. There's not a meaningful increase in damage later on. I mean, obviously there is an increase in damage, which is undeniable, yes, but it's not like you're not doubling your damage by getting it higher. Which I think is fantastic because, I mean, you're like, I don't want to get my glyphs to 150, right? This is way too tedious. We're going to find your builds on Mobalytics and on YouTube. All my builds are always available with a respective video. Obviously, this one here, like, we made this one today, right? We put the pieces together. So there's nothing video-wise yet. We're also going to make a second build today. So you get a, like, this week is going to be a little bit of a build rush, but you, like, every build will receive a dedicated TLDR video on YouTube. So don't worry about that. Everything you see here will get a planner. Everything you see here will get a video. So all of this is not like just for shits and giggles, right? If the builds turn out to be good, they'll be definitely documented properly. But we obviously want to try out a lot of things. For example, we found a Spine of Tethamet in Mythic, Chad. And I definitely want to now get that Spine of Tethamet out. And, oh, that was a lot of damage. Dude, he just vanished. Okay, lads, I just want to, like, pick up here my thingy, my jiggy-majiggy, my doody-ma-doody. God, I love leveling up glyphs. So good. So, let's delete all of this. No, 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 no. Question would be if we could use 2 sets to make things better. But I don't think we're actually gonna find something better than that. I mean, unless you would get the weapon. So if I would get my weapon, the 3, except of the 3 as a weapon, I could probably use the seal. And then 2 sets. If I wanted to. So yeah, another build that we want to do today, just or generally that we want to do on Warlock, is this one here, chat. So we get our Spine of Tethamet. Spine of Tethamet is kind of powerful. It's a beautiful item. It has Health Fracture, Life on Kill. That Life on Kill we need to reroll. Yep. Thank you very much. It should be willpower probably, and then we're going to lose max life. I wonder what offhand we're going to use for Spine of Tethamet. Do we have like a very strong focus or something? Does anyone remember anything that you could take? By the way, we're currently playing without vulnerable. So this build that's here running around doing like billions of damage that has tons of vulnerable damage multiplier, right? We're playing without a source of vulnerable. So we're pretty much missing like another X% of our damage. Just so you know. So Spanatathamet is definitely going to see a build. No place for a Cursed Touch. On my amulet, there's going to be a Cursed Touch. But in order to use a Cursed Touch on the amulet, we will need to build in that direction. Making space so I can store some items. These are items I pretty much have in my inventory since the beginning of the game, right? Just in case I might need them one day. So what we need to do to now get the Accursed Touch, we need to open a Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And get material reserve. Now.
This place is...
See how good this one feels for zooming through stuff? So obviously my other build can just jump, right? My other build has the Anathema of Prime, so it's like a very deadly build in that regard. Yeah, I'm fine. Not the fastest, but it's like fast enough, I guess. Right? It's like, it's fine. If I had a better roll on these boots, it would probably be insane. The problem with the Accursed Touch roll is that I now need to find a Material Reserve Nightmare Dungeon escalation. And then I need to live in set Material Reserve Nightmare Dungeon escalation for an hour to farm so many Kalian Tuning Prisms that I can just roll 200 times over. Right? Oh, Crooks of the False Prophet. Damn. Chan. I mean, we definitely have to fight Torment 12 Mephi. That's for sure. Dungeon. Here, this is Gold Reserve. We definitely have to fight Mephisto, too. Anyone with an extra 2 bolts will. Last time I need to reroll max life so I can get 4th, 7th, 3. Yo, we're mostly playing solo self-found, so we can't actually help you. I'm sorry. Funny story, I like in Torment, oh, we're currently in Torment 10, shit. We made a mistake, chat, we're in the wrong Torment, dear. In Torment 10, our chains are enough to kill like everything, which is actually kind of really funny. Why are we in Torment 10? Nope, no specific reason. Well, let's see if we're getting it as a material reserve. Hello, Butcher. Goodbye, Butcher. Another? Did I just get another Crooks of the Force Prophet? Back to back? Okay. Don't mind if I do. Professional crooks of the fall profit gather. I'm like, seriously. What is the reset of these boots bound to? It was your evade nether stab. Your evade bonus reduced by seconds as you lose or consume shadow stack. Okay, so I get 4. Then I consume them and the cooldown goes down. Okay. So if we had attacks reduce evade cooldown on this, that would obviously be helpful. Right? Okay, please give me a material reserve now. Material reserve for bus chat, equipment delve, skull reserve, and oboe reserve. So none of this is good. Now we gotta leave. Because again, like if it ain't material reserve, it's just useless, right? So we can't spam farm. Are you gonna do any more PoE2 builds? Yes, Chris, but that is more for August, so not anytime soon. I'm very sorry. But the PoE2 season is also very, very long. So it's not like, yeah, that we're in any way close to any, you know, major new release or something. Like the season's gonna go for quite a while. By the way, what does this one say? This, like, we got core skills here, right? Occult, Hellfire, and Hellfire. We actually get a good amount of skill ranks. I mean, 51 skill ranks is kind of nutty. Not gonna lie. Okay, next one. Oh, wait. So first, swap Tormenteers. So this one also gave me good gold. So, right, we're back to 2 billion gold, just like that, chat. Swap, dib, dab, clip, clap. Okay, where do we get the Footfalls of the Waning World? Who drops that? Who's the boss responsible for this? Oh, wait. He's not happening right now, yeah. Footfalls of the Waning World. Another stab. It's Astaroth. So I killed tier 12 Lilith to complete journey thing last page. Mythic, cash, 1 roll scroll, and 1 Neathine. I'm just to feel a bit insulted. Honestly, the rewards from the seasonal journey have been a little bit underwhelming. Especially since we're hunting like mythic items, right? Mythic uniques. And then you're generally just getting absolute sadness from that. Does anyone else notice like an increase in butchers and everything as of late? Do you have to imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that we're currently doing up to 20 trillion damage, but we're literally missing vulnerable? I'm not sure what that says about the build, right? But we're missing one big multiplier tree that we have available for the build, right? We're missing one big stack of multipliers. But we're already doing 20 trillion damage. So I wonder, once that is like properly tarried in and working and we get everything together, how much can we expect to Mundo? Because like the damage that you actually get from multipliers multiplying with each other is usually quite severe. Every dungeon seems to have a butcher. Like, every Nightmare Dungeon escalation, in one of the dungeons, I'll have a butcher. Now, obviously, a Nightmare Dungeon escalation is 3 dungeons, so I guess it's, like, quite easy to get a butcher there, right? Because it's 3 dungeons, but still. Often, I even have, like, Xfell too. So you get, like, the butcher, and then you kill the butcher, and then you go further, and then the next dungeon has the Xfell, and then another dungeon has Kicksard. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love that the butcher is more common. I love that the others are more common because I think it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Dungeon number 2. Strong room. Strong room. Skull reserve. Well, none of these is actually... I mean, at least skull reserve, I guess. This is the only annoying part about the farm, getting that thing. Like, right? Getting the right dungeon. So which class are you looking the most forward to this week, chat? We're going to have Barb. We're going to have Spiritborn. We're going to have other rogue builds. We'll have Necromancer again. I mean, we'll definitely make sure that we get, like, multiple builds per day as well running. Which one are you looking forward to the most? Rogue, probably. Yeah, we'll have to see what we do with Rogue, because obviously Rain of Arrows is one of the few non-bug builds that overperforms very well. And you obviously want to, like, make proper builds. You don't want to make builds relying on the bug, because there is a bug to clear pit 150, in case you're not aware, right? People are not clearing 150 legit. They're clearing 150 because they're twats. Barb, I will definitely do Charge Barb, a version of it. Might be doing Leap Barb instead of Charge Barb. I haven't decided on that one. Both are kind of cool, I gotta say. I mean, Necro is also my go-to, my friend. So, you know, you and me both. What's the bug? There is something with Umber Crew, Shadow Clone, and it's not getting fixed. And for some reason, the bug just keeps existing, and people just keep abusing it. You'd like to see a Spiritborn without the Zig rune, but well, that's impossible. Because the class can't handle not having the bug. I mean, the Zig rune is 600% more damage, a X7 multiplier. Now tell me, like, okay, so I don't need 7 times more damage. It's not like 10, you know, it's not 10% or 70% more damage. It's 7 times more damage. That's just not a little thing to be like, oh no, I don't think we need this. I think we can ignore this. I don't need 7 times more damage. You do need 7 times more damage. Okay, Material Reserve, Vile Splendor, Forgotten Wisdom. It's a Material Reserve. Let's go. Okay, so what is so good about this now, ladies and gentlemen? It would be greater if it had ruptures, but I think it's fine. So now you're in the 3rd dungeon, okay? So what we're going to do is we're just going to blast through this. We're not going to care for any objective. We're just trying to get to the chests. Sadly, this one is a shitty iteration. So, like, I cannot recommend going into this one. Because look how far I have to travel to see even a single chest. This would be, like, terrible. So now you get these chests here. 1, 2. This is also Forgotten Souls, by the way. That makes it, like, so good. 1, 2, and 3. Next one. Again, just here to pick up my Colleen tuning prisms, right? Not here for anything else. Next. Would you say the Druid build relies on the Arc Druid buff? No. The Arc Druid buff is nice on the Druid, don't get me wrong. But it would be powerful even without the bug. It's just the bug just lifts it up further. I mean, you cannot compare like a multiplier bug that is like giving you, I don't know, like 120% more damage to 700% more damage, or what the Rogue is doing with like being able to cleanse pit 150, right? So now that we have opened up all these chests, chat, what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to quickly leave the dungeon, Rooney. And do it again. Is Necromanium Warrior better or mages? I play both, Ashraf. So in my mage, like, I use the Hand of Nas, but I factually do play both. You play Lock and can't kill Echo of Hatred. You mean Echoing Hatred? Or you mean Mephisto itself? Like, I'm not sure what you can't kill now. Can you just play Searune for the vulnerable for now? No, Searune doesn't do vulnerable anymore because that was always bullshit and they took it out of the game, as they should. Because Searune solving vulnerable was just dumb. I'm sorry, right? Like, it's just dumb. You can't put an item in that's just like, oh, vulnerable, oh, vulnerable, oh, vulnerable, oh, vulnerable. So here we're back again, ladies and gentlemen. Same dungeon, but it's reset. So we can loot now all these material reserve chests that give us Forgotten Souls and all that kind of stuff. And we can just loot it again. You know what my problem with these farms is? That these farms are actually good. And if we didn't have these farms, I would be very annoyed with what we have to do right now. You know? So I am trying to get the Kalian tuning prisms because Kalian tuning prisms are so annoying to get. And I'm trying to get, like, you know, a Curse Touch on my amulet. But now if this farm did not exist, getting these Kalian tuning prisms would actually be effort in futility. The problem is that just this morning, I rolled away 60 Kalian tuning prisms and I didn't get a Curse Touch. Right? So some aspects, affixes, just seem to be so rare to roll that their waiting is just really stupid. If I now didn't have a farm to easily have access to said tuning prisms, well, I don't know how much fun I would have, right? Playing Diablo for the first time in your life, and you managed to get to Torment A. That's pretty impressive already, sir. So now we're gonna teleport back to Temis. After picking all of this up. Obviously, the Kalian tuning prisms are also always dropping singular, not multiple. I have a GG Moloch Mythic, but spent over 90 Volatile Dust trying to get Vampiric Curse Aspect, but didn't get it. Maybe I should start the same farm. Yes. You should. I mean, now we get 13, so let's see. Brimstone. Heal. Next enemies. Overpower. Killing demon. Dodge chat. Making an enemy vulnerable has a chance to also weaken them. Well, I don't make them vulnerable. Brimstone. Shadow damage. Heal. And nothing. What's better, weapon damage or critical damage multi? You want both. I mean, you don't want to have a weapon that doesn't have weapon damage. Optimally, you want to have both. I'm just happy that we got Molos beating in Mythic today, because honestly, I couldn't get the Scepter of the Three, which is kind of sad. And now we're going to do it again. Is this a sad farm? kinda, but on the other hand, it gives me also all the Horadric cube materials for everything else. So, right, I pretty much, like, due to this farm, you get infinite Horadric cube materials on, like, resource tuning prisms or whatsoever. So if I now want to make, like, the perfect item that definitely has critical strike, damage multiplier, max roll, I'll get it. On 20 trillion, 19.7, chat. Without vulnerable. The good part about, like, farming these nitrogens over and over again, for every elite you kill, you're also just moving yourself towards, more glints of hope, so more seasonal reputation caches, to then get more primordial keys. So it's like you're not actually wasting time here in this, right? You're also just preparing yourself for that. I want more than one Korean tuning prism from my team. Cadius, what's up? We just made a very fun Apocalypse build. Once again. Very happy with that. Not done yet, but still very happy with the overall result. Actually, one of my stronger builds this season. I will say I still prefer the Blazing Scream build. If you're asking what do I like more, I like the Blazing Scream build more, easily. But that's more from a technicality standpoint because I like how Blazing Scream works. Which one is more viable? Minion build, Necro, or Warlock? Both are very viable. There is no more or less viable on these. Okay, here, Kalian again. I get another 6. I mean, I've literally like rolled like 80 into this already. Ah, vampiric curse, ladies and gentlemen. The curse is broken. Now, what we should do really quick is we try to go for Torment 12 Astaroth, right? One hit. Chat. One hit. Lair keys, lair keys. I need unique spoils, but I need lair keys, but unique spoils. What do you prefer, Apoc or Hellfire? I prefer my Hellfire, sir. Yeah, you answered as I typed. Don't worry, East Coast. Both are great. So both are really, really fun to play. I just feel like Apoc is still like a bit less tanky than the Hellfire build. Now again, like, oh wow, that was a good hit. Okay, chat. Let's see what we can do. Boom. 1/3 of his HP gone. Okay, triple Apocalypse, chat, and he was just Gonzo, Dunzo Garbanzo. I think I've had one mythic drop from a boss this season on Paragon. You should do the Reaper. I did 22 Reapers today, and I got myself 6 mythic items. So they are definitely dropping. By the way, we're also going to do the Tyrant's Grasp build, chat, so don't worry. That one will happen as well.
Step up to my anvil.
I got 30 Reapers and I got 1 item. Yeah, we got 6 mythics and none of them was good. Yep. By the way, chat, my children, 5 and 7, we recently showed them Atlantis, Disney movie. It wasn't scary, but I have to admit I didn't remember everything. And we finally could show them Shrek as well. But does anyone like, do you remember Shrek movies? I gotta say it, they used to be funnier. Or I'm just too old for this shit at this point. I mean, the children still enjoyed it, don't get me wrong, but it's like, wow, they're actually pretty bad. I can't get grandfather. We got grandfather today. Like, do you have a vivid memory of those? So I gotta say, like, it's like, damn, actually terrible. Like recently searching for more things we can show them as they get older, you know? I mean, it's not bad. So Lamichi, don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but it might be the second part of Shrek. So the first part of Shrek's still good. Second part bad. I think third part is actually good with Arthur, right? Third part was with Arthur, if I'm not mistaken. We show your kids the Ghibli movie. Yes, 100%. But I think they need to get a bit older for that. As much as I would like to show them some cool animes, a lot of animes are way too traumatizing. Even the lighthearted ones have like a lot of trauma in them, right? It's hard to find one where you're like, yeah, this is definitely only going to be a good experience. There's not going to be emotional scarring left afterwards. It's hard to find these animes where you're like, yep, this is completely safe. No one's going to shed a tear. How do you reset your escalation dungeons? Just tried. So it needs to be the 3rd escalation. Okay. Always the 3rd. Never not the 3rd. Oh, by the way, we just got the blade side of flame. Oh. Interesting. Hunter x Hunter is completely safe. Yeah, sure. Hunter x Hunter is completely safe. Your mom is Hunter x Hunter completely safe. Let's show them the final arc right away, right? Where people are getting eaten by ants and transformed into monsters. Let's do it! Traumatized, you mean cartoons like Happy Tree Friends? There is actually, do you remember Augie and the Cockroaches? Which used to be like Happy Tree Friends, but bit less weird. Still weird enough. That one actually got a new, more children-friendly animation. Yeah. Why ever they thought like, hey, Augie and the Cockroaches, that one needs to be made again and children-friendlier. The original animated Lord of the Rings. Hey, do you know the Russian old Lord of the Rings? It's called Kranatelli and the Lord of the Rings. It's so like for some reason the Russians, they were like, hey, we need to make our own Lord of the Rings, you know? This is not my camera lagging. This is, you know. Like, yeah, good old. Oh, that was a trip. Reminds me always of this old... There's a very old fantasy movie that I used to watch as a kid. And now let's see if you know that one. There's a Cyclops involved. And they have a throwing device. With like, I don't know, it's like a 6-7 pointed star throwing device. It's called... Oh, name of the thingy is... Crow? Was it Crow? Crow? Yeah? So long ago. Gonna be true. Oh, so 62.4 trillion, chat. Okay, now I know what our damage total is. We actually are almost at the hundreds of trillions. Ladies and gentlemen. I hope you like what you see there. Yeah, see, like that was 80 trillion with one hit. Don't hit me. Innocent. And that was just, oh shit, we would have had him. So we can definitely kill him, right? And there's another old fantasy one, but had anyone, like, back in the days, there was an Ewok movie, but it was kind of like a fantasy Ewok movie where they were hunting down like a weird white spider. But it was like a fantasy Ewok movie, and I'm confused why that was a thing. But it was clearly Ewoks on their planet. But it was like, it wasn't sci-fi. It was like fantasy. Do you prefer this or Blazing Screen? I mean, for the fight here versus our friend Akaran, I definitely prefer the other version. Yeah, that one prefers better. It's not that this version is like bad in this fight. It's just like the other version is more fun. That's a good damage. Might be that like all the chains are also just like blocking my vision, right? Not helpful. It does work though. I'm really happy how well it works here. I mean, considering that we don't have our glyphs 100 yet, right? So we need to get our glyphs now to 100 to actually get more damage. What we should try is how quick can we do a 120? Because we have done like a PID 115 now in, like, we can do it in 2 minutes, but we just got vulnerable. So we went from 20 trillion to 60 trillion max. It was Caravan of Courage, an Ewok adventure. See, I'm not crazy. I'm not imagining things. Not as much as I thought I would. Oh, there's higher double-digit trillions, more regular now. Good to see. Gotta look out that we're not getting killed by weirdness, though. We essentially went away from like single-digit trillions. Let's gather all these here. Yeah, getting that vulnerable damage was instrumental for obviously reaching the maximum damage now. So annoying how long it though takes to get that. Don't you kill me. Heart of Stone evasive maneuvers activated. You know what the real crazy part about this build now is, chat? The real crazy part. So you see how much damage we're dealing, okay? So we're literally in the like we do 60 to 80 trillion. That was the highest we've seen against the Mephisto, right? But we're actually missing our biggest damage multipliers. You want to know what that is? Ladies and gentlemen. So our gloves are giving us 400% bonus damage, okay? But if you get your gloves in Mythic, that's 520% bonus damage, right? So your gloves in Mythics are just a double damage of what you're doing right now. So like take that 60 trillion that we're doing, right? And then just times 120 that. Just if you get your gloves in Mythic. Because why not? Right? Why wouldn't that be a thing? Okay, we kill these two. We should be getting the boss, but we're not. I gotta find two more opponents. Okay, we get the boss, ladies and gentlemen. Let's trigger all the skills. First hit. Took out his booty. Second hit. Another hit. Boom. Do him dirty. Sip. 55. And final one. That's a good tier 20 clear, honestly. Pretty solid. But this is what I'm saying, like we're not done with the build yet, right? So this is just like this is day one of experimenting with things. Just like to paint you a picture on like possible growth still left when you're like, man, build looks great, but I'm not sure how much stronger it could get, right? Well, the answer is there is a lot. Are we taking this one here that boosts our nodes? Because we need more willpower, since we can multiply willpower up. Shut up? No. There's going to be more down the line. Are there more undeath effects this season than others? No. It's the same amount.
What brings you to the ancient isles? Ancients, watch over this one.
You hit it for 500 trillion. Yeah, I mean, if I get the Hands of the Wellbreaker in good, that would be like a 520, so 120% on top. You could get your Fleshward Carapace. That would also be another 40% on top. The Maul Speeding Flame, we have in a good roll, so that's fine, right? The Harlequin Crest, I'm still not sure if I should actually keep the Harlequin Crest. I just like it. What can I say?
May you find your way back.
We haven't transfigured our single piece of itemery as well, right? So there's more we can do. And that vulnerable damage here, that needs to be... crit damage, but I don't seem to be able to roll crit damage, right? Like, how much money you're just throwing out of the window for nothing, because the game's like, nope, crit damage is optional. I mean, you know you can roll crit damage, it's just waiting for you here. But you also know that crit damage is just not going to happen.
Goodbye. It has
Why are we using Shaco? Isn't a title aspect way better? Harlequin Crest is 6 ranks to Apocalypse. And Apocalypse is surprisingly or unsurprisingly like 3 ranks to Occult Skills. That's 4-5. And that's 4-3. So it's 200% more damage with 3 ranks. I get 6 ranks here right now. So we're sitting at 4-5. And 6 ranks less puts us to 4,000. Right? So it's like 450% more damage. There is obviously diminishing returns. So more ranks is not always the best. There's a limit to how many more ranks is useful, but like up to 50 seems good. Scepter of the Three, we have Scepter of the Three as a charm because I couldn't get it as a mythic. So we're kind of like required to play it like that. I think it's also easier because, again, getting a Chapter of the 3 in Mythic is not difficult. It just takes time. And considering that we made the build today, so we pretty much had like a grand total of 2 hours to make the build and get all the pieces together. I think for like a spontaneous throwing together of stuff and farming for like a grand total of 2 hours for things, yeah, reasonable. There is no limit to skill. You can get more. I mean, I'm sitting at 54 ranks, right? But I will say that diminishing returns, right? So 54 ranks right now is good, but I wouldn't aim for more because you already noticed that the more ranks are at some point just not giving you that much more anymore. And you might be better off with like focusing on something else. That's also why like the masterwork of my amulet is not on the Hellfire. And we don't have like Hellfire skills on the boots because technically you could get 3 ranks to Hellfire skills on the boots, right? But if I now go for 3 ranks to Hellfire skills on the boots, what then? I mean, sure, it would be more damage, right? But you also need to have a certain amount of tankiness going on. Should you keep it at 50? I mean, you just check out how much more damage you're getting per rank. Like, if you are at 50, I wouldn't stress myself to get many more. That's my point, right? So if now the question is, like, should I go for a greater affix Hellfire skill amulet? Or should I go for an amulet that has, like, a greater affix to vulnerable damage? I guess I'd rather go for the vulnerable damage because it might just be better for you than getting, like, a few more ranks, right? That's something that you got to consider when you look at it. I want to pick up my stone there, and you're just standing in the way, sir. Where do I use my corrupted rubes? Inside of Nightmare Dungeons, if you then have your Nightmare Dungeon activity tree high-leveled enough to go for that corrupted root farm with the bonus elites. Now, it was a bit nerfed, the corrupted root farm with the bonus elites, but it's still very worth it. I've personally not had the need for it this season because the Nightmare Dungeon escalations have been very nice to me. So I still have all the corrupted roots that I have from the start of the season, as really I just had no reason to actually spend them. But that means that at any given point, I could just go for a massive corrupted root farm. I feel like it. But I think that's nice. Is having. Now there's one downside to... Oh wow, that was nice damage. It took like half his HP out. So there's one downside to playing the Harlequin Crest over Godslayer Crown. Because Godslayer Crown would pull enemies together. Boom. See, that was 140 trillion together. Both hits. Get that Headhunter to 100. Why the Headhunter to 100 first? Because if the Headhunter goes to 100, it just is the biggest growth in stats for us. I'm struggling to get my Skeleton Mage build to kill tier 12 Lilith and Mephisto. I have level 100 glyphs, decent gear, biggest hits seeing is occasional 500 billion. How do I break trillions? Ranks to minions. I don't know how many ranks to minions you have, but that's probably going to be one of your biggest growth opportunities. Do you update your Hellfire Warlock build? The Hellfire Warlock build, you pretty much just have to get more Inzano, the mythics now. Right? So you have to get, like, for example, a... What is it called again? The Anathema Primes. If you get that one as a mythic, it will replace your main weapon. Right? And then you obviously want to have your ring as a mythic. Want to have your temerity you want to have as a mythic. You could think about playing the Harlequin Crest on that build as well. Technically also Ring of Starless Skies, I think, is possible. But there are a few upgrades that might do good for it. What's the difference between the two pit types? The tower is a leaderboard that does not have the glyph upgrades at the end. It's literally just for leaderboarding. It's for testing how well your build essentially does. Now, you should technically do the tower every week, though, because the tower does give you rewards. So there is actually gear to be gotten from doing the tower. And you can pretty much just run it, grab that gear, and be fine. And then not care about your actual position, right? Just push as high as you can with your build, grab the gear, take it, be happy. Because why wouldn't you be happy? Bonus gear is bonus gear. And if you actually make it high enough, you might also get some rewards for your account, right? So you might get like some borders, might get some like cool looks, right? Oh, here, look at that. That's probably the best thing that can spawn. Look, did you see how they just died? They pretty much spawn into the APOC and then just instantly get killed. It's not even funny, poor guys. Could technically farm this pylon. Speed pylon. Not sure if I'm vibing that. Why are we doing this 120 pit? I just wanted to see. You know, again, like, this is solo self-found, right? I just threw this thing together. We don't have any meaningful mythics. We're playing against people who have played Warlock since the start of the season. But we still want to see how we at least would perform, right? That's what I like about solo self-found, because despite, like, this all being true, you're still fighting only against people that actually did do the farm, right? You're not fighting against someone who started late this season and just decided to take some few Dollaris into their hand to boost their build. No, you're still fighting against people who actually bothered to do the farm. I think that's cool. Is this worth it? Like, this is not worth it. Using Zillidan, which is guaranteed critical strike, and my Heartsuck at 100 million to 1 billion. What kind of damage affixes should you seek? So damage affix wise, you should always look for a combination of everything. You don't want to go for crit damage alone, right? You want to go crit damage, then vulnerable damage as well, and preferable also a high base stat. Because if you have a high base stat, you're going to multiply all your damage up. That's why your base stat is an all damage multiplier. Okay. Okay, right now I'm just really enjoying the fact that we're just blasting the pylons for no reason, right? So they're just there. So we might as well destroy them. I'm genuinely surprised how tanky we are. This is just pure love in terms of tankiness, chat. Okay, where's the boss? All the chains, whips, and chains down. Boom. 100 trillion head. Kind of want to like just spend the next days now farming this build, because I really would like to see the potential of how high could you bring Apocalypse, right? Well, I'm pretty sure you could get like the 100 trillion standard relatively easy. I mean, when I say relatively easy, it's just obviously like just a time question, right? But if I consider like how many trillions we have here right now, easy, right? And there's so much damage multiplier still left on the table. Oh, man, I'm so interested. Oh, that rank 65. Woo, Chad. Woo. I mean, it might not be that many people just play Warlock, but I'll take it. When that's rank 65, and the dude before us is having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mythics, so... You know, like it's kind of like, yeah. So I have no mythic. I have one mythic. Okay, let's be fair. I have the most important mythic, which would be Maulus Beating Flame, and we have Harlequin Crest. Okay, we have no mythics, no mattering mythics, right? Why are you not overpower stacking? I mean, what are you playing for an overpower multiplier? Honest question. I don't know what you're like. You keep saying overpower stacking, Wicked, but what overpower multiplier are we playing, right? So yes, you can do some overpower stacking. We should probably replace our... I mean, we could replace our crushing aspect for overpower, but I think the only overpower interaction we currently have is our one thingy here. So we got like here, overpower, right? 0.56% more damage, which got nerfed. Obviously, it used to be way more. And wasn't your soul shard... Wasn't your soul shard doing something with overpower? Yeah, occult skill do increase damage per 1 stack of overpower, right? And gain increased size per 2 stacks of overpower. So it's 3.5%. I could get like 3 more stacks of overpower now. That's 9% more damage. That's not really breathtaking, is it? The myth. I don't think the boots and mythics are an advantage. Like honestly, if you think about it, are the boots really needed in a mythic? I mean, you would get the second multiplier down, yes, but it's not actually required, right? So the boots in mythics, I just don't see it where that would be something you need, personally. Like the other items in Mythic? Oh, absolutely. The boots in Mythic? Nah. So should we try to get the gloves in Mythic, Chad? And then just be unhappy because we're actually getting a city roll? I mean, the thing is with the gloves in Mythic that I also want to get a Fist of Fate in Mythic. So worst case scenario, I would get a Fist of Fate in Mythic. So some items are definitely not required, and I think the boots fall exactly under that category. So I think you're good off just ignoring the boots as a mythic. Okay, once we redo our Paragon boards, we should be even doing more damage. Right now our Paragon boards are like, I'm pretty much using the Paragon board setup for my old Paragon. Gotta look into my Or look into my Apocalypse build from last season to kind of do things. I mean, technically, you don't even need the boots if you want to be living a bit riskier. And as soon as you play the Dirge of Odium, the Scepter of the Three, you could technically kick the boots out and just, you know, play a bit riskier. Because obviously they provide you with damage reduction, but you could technically play without that damage reduction. And then make yourself whatever boots. You know what I think is crazy? That they like nerfed the bonus from enemies surviving your apocalypse, right? If someone survives your apocalypse, they take now 50% bonus damage instead of 200% bonus damage, or 100. No, it was 200% bonus damage, right? Yeah. And you're still doing absolute amazing numbers, right? Like, he survived apocalypse now. That means my next apocalypse is going to hit him hard. Ah, look at that. 70 trillion. Boom. I mean, this is just like incredible. I think this reignited my enjoyment Warlock even more than it has been already. So that's 101. I mean, anyways, having like fun with Warlock this season, like tremendous fun. It's like the best fun, the most fun, very good fun. But like, see, we just got our glyphs up to 100 at least, or close to 100. Am I? Yeah. And that's gonna be like. What's the best farm for a volatile primordial dust, good sir? I never struggle with that one, Stew Dog. The volatile primordial was the yellow one, right? No, that's raw. The yellow one, yeah. War Plants, Tree of Whispers. I don't struggle with that. No, that's refined. What's volatile? Which one is volatile? Pure? Which one is volatile? Seriously? Oh, this one. Yeah, I never had problems with this one. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna kill the Reaper.
It is done.
Quickly. 2 more times. Because I got quite some keys. Or I'm getting in again some keys, right? You're playing Pal World. It's your fault. You only get 1 mythic. You know what? You're not wrong. It's still rude. One hit, 2 hits, I wonder, since like she might be dashing through the area, right? But if I hit her with my apocalypse, I hit her with my apocalypse, right? How many keys? I'm sitting at 6. That's fine. Okay. Oh, a helm, another helm. Do you know the helmet? That's like the 4th helm I've gotten today. It is a Harlequin crest with life regeneration. I mean, I don't want to say I'd rather not have that. Like, I'd rather have nothing than that. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Trust me. I'll have nothing. I already have that. We'll make a real good spark. The bestest spark. Bestest spark. Beautiful spark. You've never seen like it might be the best spark you've ever seen. Okay, okay, calm down there. Okay, calm down there, Jesus. Chad. Wait, I got 3 mythics out of this and not a single good one. So that was just 3 mythics, Chad, out of 2 chests. Okay, so, but we got a Thousand Eye Reaver, useless. We got a Shroud of the False Death, useless. And we got a Bringer of Attrition, which is technically not useless. Because it does give you, while Dark Prison is active, damage reduction. And you technically always have Dark Prison is active, so you can kind of use it. Okay, I just wanted to kill the thingy here, like, just a very few times and then just be done, right? But I feel like we should... kill it another time right now. Seems like we're rolling. Right? I mean, I can't wait for my Glints of Hope to give me keys, because then we're going to push every single build to the max, Chad, right? Like, I have on every character, I have 5 to 6 Glints of Hope, so that's going to be like 30, 40 bonus keys at the end of the day. And I'm getting more Glints of Hope on every character, so until Tuesday. So we're going to play tomorrow Diablo as well. Then we're going to play Tuesday Diablo as well, right? And on Wednesday, we're going to be bathing in those Glints of Hope. And then we're going to have, like, all the resources for every single build. And I'm going to be able to make so many builds. Right? I hope you're ready for a lot of build guides this week, Chad. Because they're, like, that's going to be a lot of the content. Like, one build guide after the other. I hope you're looking forward to that. Okay, we got the hands. That was all my keys again. Now, we're going to take the gloves. We're going to be trying to upgrade to Mythic to get ourselves a Hands of the Worldbreaker. That is Fist of Fate, which is not bad, but it's actually a bad roll. And that is Thrice Woven Nightwear, which is terrible. Can I upgrade that to Mythic again? Can I upgrade to Mythic twice on the same glove? Does that work? Doesn't, right? Thrice Woven Nightmare is sadly not good. But the Fist of Fate is something I'll need for another build. As I said, many builds coming this week. Okay, we need to get the Grigor really quickly. Dance of Knives? No, I didn't do Dance of Knives this season. I'm extremely sorry for that. Dance of Knives was not my forte, not my interest. I did do Rain of Arrows because Rain of Arrows is like an absolute beautiful, fun build to play. So that's what I did focus on. One hit, haha. 2 hit, haha. 3 hit, haha. Any updates on Rain of Arrows? No. I mean, get mythics. Have fun. No actual update? No. Okay, Hands of the Worldbreaker, not better than what I have. So I'm going to upgrade to Hands of the Worldbreaker, and it's obviously going to give me Hands of the Worldbreaker because this is how it works, right, ladies and gentlemen? This is surely how it works. What is this build? This is a Apocalypse Warlock, and no, we don't have a link for it, but by tomorrow you have a planner and probably a video very soon about this one as well. Upgrade to Mythic, and we got a Pain Gorgeous Gauntlet with a damage over time multiplier. This is probably the worst Pain Gorgeous Gauntlet I could have gotten. Like, it's just like a kick in my throat. Not good, chat. Not good. 3 to Hellfire skills. The best thing I have for this build is a sigil, chat. You might not want to believe this, but it's actually kind of crazy. So I have a sigil right now here that gives me 18% multiplicative damage and then another 10% occult skill damage, right? So that seal is just insane. Sebu, can you ask again, please? I did miss your last question. My apologies. Rupture Nightmare Dungeons are insane for farming superior layer keys. Yes. You can even, like, you can use the Rupture Nightmare Dungeons together with the escalating Nightmare Dungeon farm method that I have been doing for 2 billion gold today. And pretty much get yourself infinite layer keys. I mean, I got like Nightmare Dungeon escalation that had ruptures, a Nightmare Dungeon escalation that was gold reserve, and then I pretty much kept resetting that dungeon over and over again. Yes, ruptures are the intended way to actually farm those superior layer keys. Plus, obviously, the what is it called again? The Realm Walker. Realm Walker seems to always have 2 to 3 keys. And so far, I've been getting either blessed or lucky. Not entirely sure which one it is, or both. Fine. Apex is good again. Apoc never bad. Just had to find a way to make it feel good. AKA use the Scepter of the 3, use the Moloch Speeding Flame instead of the Overpower stacking. Because everyone was going for Overpower stacking before, right? Because Overpower stacking was obviously great. You were playing the Vanished Soul's Talisman. You were getting the Hemat Stone to make your, like, occult skill just, like, go crazy. And now we're using Moloch Speeding Flame, and Moloch Speeding Flame works together with volatile skills. As you can see, my bar, I have 5 volatile skills. Each volatile skill is giving me 39% bonus damage. So that's 150% times 45%. It's 200% bonus damage just from the amulet, which is actually quite the substantial bonus, I reckon. That was a cool find. That Moloch Speeding Flame would work so well on this. Oh god, I died. Too simple. So the strategy with Nightmare Dungeon Escalation, you're going to open up a Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. You're going to play until the 3rd dungeon of the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. In the 3rd dungeon of the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation, you're going to be stuck like me here in the wall. No. In the 3rd dungeon of the Nightmare Dungeon Escalation, you're going to clear everything but the boss. Then you're going to teleport out, enter a random dungeon. And afterwards, you can teleport back in, and that 3rd dungeon will be reset. Which means if you have a gold reserve, you can do it over and over again. And if your gold reserve also has ruptures in them, you can do them over and over again. If you have a material reserve, again, also obols, everything. If you go back to the start of the YouTube live stream, you'll see us do that method for the first hour of the stream, essentially. And I went in like 1 hour of this stream in the beginning. We went from 300 million gold to right now 2 billion gold. Meanwhile, we also got like 30 keys. So that was 1 hour farm. We got 30 keys, layer keys, superior layer keys. And we get ourselves, 2 billion gold. And it took me an hour, right? Not like I spend a lot of time doing that. Minimal time in, maximum result out. Has it only been the third part of the escalation? Yes, it only works on the third part escalation. I did actually try it out in an earlier part, so with escalation number 2, if that would work. But it needs to be escalation number 3, because the other escalations don't seem to be bugging. I got that what you want. Why ever they don't bug, we don't know. Sir, did you just walk out of me? That makes absolutely no sense. But hey, if you want to die, boom. Boom. I love it. Oh, God Christ. Just sell your seals. I mean, selling your seals is definitely something you can do as well. If you don't then 3-to-1 transmute your seals, because I have, like, I had to longest time 3-to-1 transmute seals before I finally got one that had a triple, right? And I'll admit that triple seals are insane damage boosters. So they are definitely worth it to have. Okay, we got our glyphs, ladies and gentlemen, from level 1 all the way to 100. These glyphs were level 1 this morning. Now they're at 100. That's very good. I mean, we made it to top 65 Warlock, so we should try to get the top 50 for Warlock at least, right? So yeah, once you do this dungeon, you can get, like, stashes from the tower. 3 minutes. Don't forget about that. Yeah, so the farm is broken, but it's also the most fun farm to have. What can I say? I mean, it's cheesy, it's stupid, it shouldn't be in the game, but at the same time, if it wasn't in the game, I would have had no fun today in comparison to how much fun we actually had. Okay, let's make our way over to... We could redo our Paragon board quickly. Can we redo our Paragon board quickly? Let me open here. Mobalytics. Warlock build from last season. Screen clear Warlock perfected. I just need your Paragon boards. That's it, brother. Okay, we've been playing Ritualism, Chaos, Greater Hacks, and Fathomless. Mm-hmm. Mm. These count as summons, right? Yeah. I think we're going to do that. Because right now we're playing... So we play... Demonic Spiculi says, damaging enemies with demonology skills shreds their soul, permanently increasing all damage you deal to them by 40% and gain 2% per hit. Technically, Demonic Spicules work together with the... Here, the Fathomless skill, but with the Fathomless, with the... Command Fallen. Because Command Fallen is a demonology skill, so it kind of stacks that up. Also, the Sigil of Summons somewhat counts, right? But not really. So we might actually have to go for... I'll do Ritualism. And then we're going to replace Spicules through Fathomless, right? Because Fathomless says... For every demon we have summoned in the past 20 seconds, more damage. And the thing is that my skill here, this skill here, it summons demons, right? But as soon as I start using my sigil, they just die. Right? If I start using my sigil of chaos, these dudes start just dying. So then they get resummoned and they get instantly fed into this though, right? But they still get resummoned, so they actually do stack my bonus up. I hope they make Warlock imba for the current season. I mean, Warlock is insane. Does Jingle get to see you there? Thank you for the brand new Prime Gaming subscription. Jingle there gets to see you there, partner. So I'd say let's redo the Paragon board after we now have this Reaper here. And then we're going to see how the Pit 120 goes even faster. That's a good plan as any. I mean, Warlock can't really complain. We're sitting like at really nice power levels, especially with the upgrade to Mythic. Now the thing is, you gotta understand what happens next season, chat. Next season, you can target upgrade items to Mythics. So if I can make this into a Mythic, and if I can make this into a Mythic, do you know how easy I'll be OP as a Warlock? I mean, as soon as that's in the target upgrading, like it's just gonna be OP for some builds. Like brain dead OP. Five keys. Chat, I just got 5 superior layer keys. Woo! Oh, Heath, you don't, like, how do I say this now? You don't play Diablo because things are hard to do. Let's be honest here for a second. Like, everyone is always complaining that it's, like, too easy to get strong in Diablo. So what? So what? That's Diablo end of the day. It's just how the game is. It's quick waste to power, and then you play another build, and another build, and another build, and you have a good time. Actually, we're gonna put Wrath in there. That's willpower. Then we're gonna go into the chaos board. I'm still not happy with the chaos board. It's really an annoying one. One gets empowered. I need to find a better way to do that board, probably. But we'll have to see. Oh no, that one gets turned this way. Yabba dabba do. Then that one got the entropy. End. Over the top. Over the bottom. And then out on the side. And lastly, we get the Fathomless board. Where can you find this build? I mean, the Paragon board is pretty much from my last season's Warlock. Okay. That one hasn't changed. That is pretty much the same-o. Okay. Decent. Okay. Let's see how much better that feels now. Afternoon, Chippy. Thank you for the 34 months of support. So, Tony, we'll have to still make a new build guide for this one because quite some things have changed. Quite some things are different now. But I gotta say, it feels very good. So, not mad at what the performance is. We have thrown this together today. We don't have perfectly rolled items. We pretty much purposed items from our other build, right? And yet, despite purposing items from the other build, as you can see, the damage is pristine. And we're sitting at double-digit higher trillions. And sky's the limit in terms of growth. So I'm pretty sure that you could get standard double-digit trillions. So like really every hit is always double digits. And that like not complicated, to be honest. I think with like relative ease. On top, you're actually somewhat zoomy, right? The thing is very important because you don't want to be slogging through things. Lost my heart of stone. I might have to get my Sigil of Subversion back. Actually swapped over to the Sigil of Chaos. Sigil of Subversion made us zoomier. It's actually really good. Yes, Rado. I mean, like, despite them trying to nerf the build significant, which they did. I mean, so one bonus of the build was that an enemy that survives Apocalypse takes 100% bonus damage. And if the enemy is hexed, he would take double that, right? It's one of the biggest Oompa Loompas that we had. Well, that was nerfed to 25%. So if an enemy now survives a apocalypse, they still take bonus damage, but it's not like to that extent anymore. Or we have like a 3-minute clear. Boom. Do you see that? 144 and 125 trillion in one hit. So that was 300 trillion in one hit against him. Hit 120 boss, chat. That's not with 150. No, my glyphs are 100. This is without mythics. Okay, so that was a 280 trillion hit. And we're missing mythic this. We're missing mythic this. We're missing our actual weapon that we wanted to have, right? We have here 92, 101, 101, 111, 111. There is quite the growth still left for this build. And I think that is just beautiful. And we could see now with the new changes, we just did a we did a tower 120, right? Tower 120 is already done, and we had like 6 minutes spare. So we could check if we do the tower 125. I think 125 might be a bit too greedy with the lowness of my glyphs, because usually if I want to do a if I would want to do like a tower of this level, I would make all my glyphs be 115 already. Right? Because before it doesn't make sense. Why would I try to do this like when I'm not at my absolute peak? I don't actually know what happened to that one elite here. You just get absolutely vanished, right? Now we get the 3 little elites, 3 little stooges here. Now, updating those Paragon boards was definitely crucial for damage. Because before, we've never had 100 trillion. I mean, not like, you see, there was 103 trillion. So you notice, like, the changing of the Paragon board, definitely very useful for overall damage output. It would be good if we get invaded here by the artificer dudes. Where are they? See, this is what I was talking about, because they're always so bundled up that when you're unleashing, right, you always get them all at the same time for like mental hits. Oh, come on. Don't freeze me. Meanie beanie. Oh, we're not aiming for number 1. That'll never happen because I just have to do too many builds for that, right? I'm just happy when I can, like, with my low effort we're putting in, still compete relatively good in the leaderboard, right? The thing is that I can't focus on one class singular. It's just not how I make content as a creator. So I can't just, like, you know, grind my warlock now until I have, like, the absolute strongest warlock in existence. just doesn't work, right? I have more things to do, different builds to play. That doesn't mean that you don't want to, like, still perform adequate, right? Still be able to kind of at least end up in the top 50 somehow. I mean, for some classes, that's obviously really hard because there's some people that just absolutely live, breathe, and shit certain classes. Like, for example, for Rogue, it's really impossible to land in the top 50 unless you're abusing bugs, right? Hey, there's a complete bug-free build here, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing that's abusing is being a warlock, I guess. We'll call that abuse. You know, one thing I could see, if you're playing the Godslayer crown instead of the Harlequin crest, you would pull enemies together and your chains would just hit more enemies at the same time. So that's what I could see as an advantage over playing the Godslayer crown. But I wanted the Harlequin crest for just more skill ranks, right? That's why we're playing it. Technically, if you think about it, wouldn't be a bad decision. Okay, if you all could come here, and I could nuke that little statue here. And you all at the same time. It's obviously very useful, right? Say you might get a power shrine or something. Oh, Jesus. Almost took me. I gotta be like, what does it say again? I gotta do more of my prison for the most annoying part about the build right now. The ranks all depend on random drops anyways. To a degree, yes. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm just happy when I can get into the top 50, you know, because I did play well, or I did build well, let's say it like that. Oh goodness, we're just going through our potions too quick right now. This is where we're slowly feeling not tanky enough, ladies and gentlemen. But I guess that's just simply down to not having the best items that we could have, right? Oh no, he has retaliation. Okay, I get it. So what does this dude have? He has retaliation. Ladies and gentlemen, what is retaliation? It's like when you hit them that they like shoot back fire at you. But it's kind of like weird because the amount of hits that you do, instead, like if you do many small hits, then you get more punished by retaliation than if you do like few hard hits. Like it's stupid, but yeah, retaliation is terrible. At least it makes sense. Right, I'm not mad about my death anymore. I have an explanation. Let's see how much damage we can do to the boss. Where is the boss? Where is the boss? Where is the boss? Okay, there he is. Oh god, it's him. Guy has mauled me before. Yeah, put on all the thingies. I gotta say, like, what we changed is also we're playing a lot of attack speed right now, chat. That I can essentially put out way more of my chains faster. As you notice, I have a like there's an overabundance of chains out now, Frag. Yeah. You're pretty much just like spamming as many chains as you can. Oh, that was a big hit. Can't actually really look much at the battlefield because I'm just looking at my timer on the apocalypse that I just really only unleash the apocalypse when it reaches 100. That's like the biggest damage multi you have. Boom. And we got it. So that brings me into the top 43. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that makes me happy. So we're top 43, and the dude before us has 1, 2 mythics already. Offensive mythics. What's the chance to obtain Mystic Scoundrel's Kiss from a unique one? Oh, you have like 5 other rings or so you can roll, so a bit random there. Okay, so... Brain, come on. I had brain, banana phone, banana phone, brain, banana phone, brain. I don't know what the brain wanted. I genuinely don't remember. I genuinely don't remember what it was about. Zero memories. Okay, 125 down. That's good. But we gotta make it stronger, so we gotta push things. There are a few things I need to probably alter about this. So I'm not sure if I want to play Command Fallen or the Bombardment. You could play Bombardment with Endless Barrage. The thing about Bombardment and Endless Barrage, though, is that like you have your Command Fallen who just automatically gets summoned, so you actually do not ever have to care about Bombardment, and that makes it like really convenient. Especially since we have the Sigil of Chaos as an aura around us, so like yeah, I just really prefer it that way. Probably need to start playing the Sigil of Subversion again, though, because this is going to give us Shadow Form trials, and they're just really useful. And give us like consistent movement speed boots, so should be better. In your opinion, which build is the most fun? I mean, the most fun I've had this season so far is my Reign of Errors build, but this week, and the coming week, so the next 2 weeks, chat, it's all going to be about like some off-meta builds. I mean, I would say the Apocalypse is not necessarily off-meta, but considering that most people have bothered with Lunatic and not with Apocalypse, I think it's actually on-meta again, or off-meta again. But we'll have like tons of builds for you from like all different angles, strange straits of life of what you have here in Diablo. Yeah, can't honestly wait to show you. That being said, we're going to end it here for today. Tomorrow, we're going to have the planner on the Warlock, and we're actually planning for tomorrow to do a Hellfire Warlock as well. So we get a, what's it called again? Hell Fracture Warlock, not Hellfire. Because we actually get the Spine of Testament in Unique or Mythic. And we might have to show that to you as well, because there used to be a good version of this build. And I think I can make another good version of this one. So we'll have to see what our Spine of Testament can actually pull off. But as you can see, we bunkered a lot of good mythics. We also have the Hackaton's Chasm again, so that's going to be great. But here, this is our Spine of Testament. So we want to play around with that. We'll see. Okay, chat, I'm done for today. Thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, hopefully enjoying and having a good time. I can't wait to be back for you and with you tomorrow, and hopefully we can have an even better one there. So, thank you for coming. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Actually, a bit later because I gotta go to the hospital first for my foot. Yeah. So, tomorrow a bit later. Okay. But still a good plunking day. Therefore, take care. See you soon.